We will move on to our 6.10 item, 1:30 p.m. Informational presentations by Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Fish and Game Commission, Tri-Council for Clear Lake Hitch, Lake County Agricultural Advisory Committee, Lake County Water Resources Department, Robinson Rancheria, and State Water Resources Control Board pertaining to the current status of the Clear Lake Hitch or CHI, and B, consideration of the draft proclamation declaring a Clear Lake Hitch emergency. This is brought by Supervisors Green and Crandall. And I just want to take a moment and recognize that this is such a, this is a big moment to finally have this public forum and to have all the stakeholders present in this room and on Zoom and be able to listen to each other and learn from each other. We have tribal nations, we have councils, we have committees, we have boards. A lot of people here contributing to the conversation. I don't think it's happened before, and I think that this is kind of a moment that we can all recognize as being really important. And I will turn it over to Supervisor Green for a comment. Get us started.
Intro. Thank you all for coming. I agree, this is a significant moment. Back in December, there was another significant moment where an intergovernmental summit was held on the current status of the Clear Lake Hitch. And it was so significant in that it successfully brought together a lot of our partner agencies, state and federal agencies, and our native sovereign nations to bring forward important information. We've been talking about the hitch for years, but certainly events in recent years have highlighted just the significance of this decline, and it does create challenges for everyone involved in that. We have to come to a greater understanding of where we're at. So I want to thank all the people that put on the summit in December. That was a really significant start, and my hope is that today's presentation won't be as detailed and as long as that day-long summit, but I hope it will be able to communicate to our residents and our stakeholders the importance of the issue going on, give them information. There are two parts to this agenda item. The longer part will be these informational presentations, which our Water Resources Department will be helping to coordinate. So it really is a good time for listening and absorbing information. I know people have questions and comments after the informational presentations. We're going to do the best we can within the limits of the time in this particular meeting space to address those questions, but I guarantee you, just like at December, I left that summit with many more questions than I had answers. And one result of that is today's agenda item, where we can bring some of the same information over to this setting so that our public members can participate more fully. There is also a second item on this agenda item, and that would be a draft emergency proclamation. We will take that up after the informational presentations. Some of you may have concerns specific to that proclamation. So I just want to make clear that the first part, the longer part of this, is going to be informational only. There's no action proposed, no debate, no votes going to be taken. We're just going to process this information, and we will accept public input and questions. If you have specific concerns about the draft emergency proclamation, there will be a second opportunity for public input, and you can make comments specific to the emergency proclamation later on in this hearing. With that, I would like to hand it over. Do we have Marina online?
Just one moment. Yeah, so we do have Marina. And Marina, are you going to be directing who's speaking at each moment, or how's that going to work?
Yes, that is correct, Chairwoman Paiska. So I will be, I have a presentation that I will be sharing, and it has which entity is presenting, that representative from each entity, and then I have presentations from each entity. So I'm going to try and facilitate this the best that I can in terms of sharing my screen and the presentations.
Okay, wonderful. So we will go through each presentation. I would like to ask the presenters to keep it to 10 minutes. We have 8 presentations, so that's a lot of time. We will allow board question and comments between presenters, and then we'll follow with public comment at the end once all the presentations have been completed. Okay.
All right. Well, good afternoon. I am sharing my screen. Are you guys able to see my share screen?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Green, especially for facilitating this discussion. As Chairwoman said and Supervisor Green stated, we do have a lot of friends joining us for this item. So I'm going to try my best to facilitate each presentation and kindly requesting that the audience do save your questions and comments for the end, just to ensure that we can get through all presentations. So today we are going to be discussing information on the current status of the Clear Lake Hitch and Chai. There is going to be a lot of information tossed your way. So if you do have questions, I just encourage you all to take notes as we move through the presentations, and we'll all be available at the end for Q&A. All right, so again, we shared there's going to be a lot of information thrown your way, and who is going to be sharing that information with you? So in order of today's speakers, we have a representative from California Fish and Game Commission. We have representatives from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We have representatives from Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Robinson Rancheria, Chai Council for the Clear Lake Hitch, Lake County Agriculture Advisory Committee, State Water Resource Control Board, and your friends at Lake County Water Resources Department. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Vice President Erica Zavaleta with the California Fish and Game Commission, who is going to get our discussion started.
Thank you, Marina. Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Pyska, Vice Chair Simon, and members of the board and the public. Thank you for the chance to participate in this crucial conversation. And I'm Erica Zavaleta, Vice President of the California Fish and Game Commission. And I'm just going to provide brief context for this critical issue and how we've come together around it in the last several months. So I won't be going 8 or 10 minutes. The emergency situation for Clear Lake Hitch, a native fish that the California Fish and Game Commission listed as threatened almost a decade ago in 2014, was brought to our attention at our August commission meeting last year. We requested input from our close partners at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which I'll refer to as the department, on the hitch's status, condition, and recovery efforts at that point. So at our October meeting, data and knowledge presented by the department and tribal representatives made clear that we needed urgent coordination to improve measures to avoid the permanent loss of this fish in Clear Lake. And so also at that October meeting, we asked the department to support bringing together actors to solve this emergency. And the department responded in an amazing way. It quickly co-organized last December's emergency summit with several tribes from the Clear Lake region. And the summit included participation by tribal leadership, staff, and members, and representatives of agencies with authority to help address the emergency needs, including the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the California State Water Resources Control Board, the California Department of Water Resources, and the Lake County Watershed Protection District. The summit helped establish where we are, what Clear Lake Hitch needs, and what some of the actions are that might meet those needs. It helped start a conversation so that we can work together to identify what each of us can do to remedy the situation and to coordinate, collaborate, and share resources to succeed. This is not a situation that any one entity can resolve. It's all hands-on. The Commission supports this board's and the district's official recognition of an emergency and its participation in actions to sustain and recover Clear Lake Hitch, both this year and into the future. And others will speak to the science on the hitch's status, needs, and specific potential actions. Meanwhile, we remain committed to ensuring this species' persistence despite continued declines since we listed it in 2014. We encourage the district to continue to participate in efforts to monitor and recover Clear Lake Hitch and to take a strong leadership role by identifying supportive actions and measures that it and others of us can take to sustain this fish. Commissioners are encouraged by the evident potential for effective interagency collaboration to successfully address this emergency situation. We look forward to working with you, the department, and other agencies to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Zavaleta. And I would just like to state that we folks on Zoom were getting feedback during Vice President Zavaleta's discussion. So I just want to make sure we get that taken care of before we move forward. And it looks like it might be coming from the laptop in the board chambers.
Do you have a mic open on your machine?
There's feedback in the Zoom room.
Are you currently hearing the feedback?
No. But I did get a few messages from folks in Zoom that were having the same issue. How about, I want to make sure that folks are able to hear Commissioner Zavaleta. Okay.
My recommendation would be that people speak closer to their microphones. The last speaker was very hard to hear.
All right. All right, Commissioner Zavaleta, is there anything that you would like to repeat just in case if folks did miss that? I don't want to make you redo your entire presentation again, but I do want to make sure that your message was received.
Right, that is the question. I want to make sure that folks were able to hear well enough to get the sort of the high points of what I said. I think if there's anything that I would want to repeat, and I am still hearing a little bit of feedback, so I don't know whether other folks can hear me any better, is that we want to encourage the district to continue to participate in the work that it has been involved in, to monitor and recover the hitch, to take this strong leadership role, to identify supportive actions and measures, not only that it can take, but also that others of us can take. This is a collaborative effort. You know, this is going to take pooled coordination, shared resources, and so on. And so I think it's very encouraging to have all of the folks who are participating in this call today. And I just want to make sure that that folks know that, you know, we are supportive of this effort to collaborate, to coordinate, to improve measures so that we can avoid permanently losing this fish from Clear Lake.
Great, thank you so much, Vice President. And I did mute the IT laptop. I hope that was not an issue. Are we still good on all ends? Granicus, Zoom, and the chambers?
It seems fine in here.
Okay, it did seem like the feedback was coming from that laptop. So I just want to make sure that we can mute that if that's okay moving forward during the presentation. All right, well, it's not a good presentation until we have IT hiccups. So thank you so much, Vice President Zavaleta. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it on over to Felipe LaLuz, Senior Environmental Scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Oh, one second. Are we okay, Sam, with everything?
The IT laptop has to stay on, otherwise Zoom doesn't hear or will not hear the participation in the broadcast in the facility. So what was happening is I had the volume up too high because of this last speaker who we could hardly hear.
Okay, perfect. So we'll continue to move forward and cross our fingers.
Just one other moment. Joan Moss. Yeah. Hi, over here. Okay. Would you mind moving your chair over here out of the way of the exit, please?
It's just that I wanted to cough, but I wanted to hear it too.
Okay. It's just that you're blocking the exit, and we have a lot of people in here.
It's better,
It's
yes.
better. Okay.
And if you have to cough, maybe being in a room filled with people packed to the brim is...
Okay. Okay, Marina.
Hey.
I think we're ready now.
Awesome, thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to pass it over to Felipe LaLuz, who will be giving the next portion of the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe LaLuz. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I've been coordinating the department's hitch recovery and restoration efforts since August. I first became aware of the plight of hitch during the tribal committee meeting that Vice President Zavaleta had mentioned. I do want to thank the Board of Supervisors and all the agencies and entities that have come forward and just acknowledge that this is a situation that is moving much faster than we are used to moving as a state agency. And I want to echo the previous comments made in that the issues facing Clear Lake Hitch do not fall under the purview of any single entity, and it's going to take all of us to make sure this species remains on the landscape. Next slide, please. So just a brief species overview. I'm going to try and keep it to that 8 to 10 minute time limit. Clear Lake Hitch is a subspecies of the Sacramento hitch. Lavinia excelicata chai is the subspecies name. They were listed as threatened under the California Endangered Species Act in 2014, are endemic to Clear Lake and its tributaries. So this is a unique subspecies that is found nowhere else in the world. And historically occurred in such abundance that it supported a subsistence fishery. And to say that it is culturally important is an understatement, as we've heard numerous times over the past couple of months and in prior comments during the listing process. Next slide, please. Some brief notes on the life history. They're a moderate-sized minnow reaching lengths of 35 centimeter standard length, so a little over a foot. Have a 6-year lifespan, and females mature in their 2nd or 3rd year. So keeping that number in mind, a female hitch has about 4 years to contribute to the population. Juveniles rear near shore and in tributaries. They're able to move out as rapidly as 2 weeks. However, information that we're gleaning from our fish rescues are telling us that we need a better understanding of how they use the tributaries. The adults occupy deeper water, and they feed, all life history stages feed very low on the trophic level, primarily on aquatic invertebrates. Next slide, please. Spawn requirements. So this is really getting to the meat of why we're here. They're potamodromous fish, meaning that they rear and grow mostly in the lake and mature in the lake, and then utilize the tributaries to spawn. This spawning run typically occurs from February through May, sometimes extending into June if conditions support it. And they spawn over shallow, clean gravel, again, primarily in the tributaries. There is documentation that some spawning occurs within the lake. Some historical accounts documented by Kinsey in 1960, based on actual visual observations of hitch spawning. And more recently, Fred Farrer from the USGS, United States Geological Survey, used some more sophisticated geochemistry approaches to show that some spawning does occur in the lake. This life history, plasticity, or flexibility is not uncommon in California native fishes, and we believe is one of the mechanisms that allows hitch and other native species to persist. The most common and well-known example is rainbow trout and steelhead, where an adult steelhead can grow up in the ocean, move into freshwater, and have a offspring that live their entire lives within freshwater as a rainbow trout. And this sort of life history plasticity allows hitch and other species to take advantage of these boom years and create big enough populations to get them through the bust years. You know, we all know that California's hydrology is very variable. Back to spawning within the lakes, Kinsey also in those observations reported predation by common carp, just directly visual observation, watching the hitch spawn, and then watching carp move in and consume those eggs. And egg, spawning within the lake and in the tributaries can also be limited by desiccation. And this picture here on the right shows just how shallow that spawning habitat can be and how a moderate drop in water levels can result in stranded and desiccated eggs. Next slide, please. For the population trends, initially I'm going to start off with our 2014 status review. Status review is a big component of the listing process, and initially it looked at historical accounts and oral histories of large spawning runs that crowded the tributaries. I believe most famously Livingston Stone's account describing hitch runs that made the creeks unable to cross. They were so crowded with fish. These runs could consist of tens of thousands of Clear Lake Hitch and the now extinct Clear Lake Splittail, and likely also contain blackfish and suckers and other native fishes. And so just keep this anecdotal data or information in mind. This is sort of the first, our earliest data. The status review also looked at commercial catch data and a few others. a few other data sources, and it just showed that hitch populations are extremely variable, again, reflecting that boom and bust ecology that we see throughout a lot of California. Next slide, please. The status review also looked at data collected by the Chi Council for Clear Lake Hitch. This is their volunteer survey data, and this is just showing that the number of spawning tributaries correlates with hydrology. I apologize, there's black and blue spots here which don't show up very well in this figure, but you can look at this in our 2014 status review, it's figure 3. So to the left, 2005 and 2006 were above normal wet years in which hitch were observed in 11 and 12 of the tributaries. And then we move into 2007 and 8, which were below normal or dry years. And here we see that the number of spawning tributaries decreased. And then that pattern repeats itself, 2010 and 2011. 2011 being an especially wet and cold spring, allowed for hitch to occupy more of the tributaries. And then fast forward to 2013, an extremely dry year and the beginning of a more recent drought. Hitch were only observed in 3 of those tributaries. I believe it was Kelsey, Adobe, and Coal Creeks. Next slide, please. So moving on in the progression is how we get more sophisticated and more targeted surveys. CDFW began the visual spawning survey in 2014. This is a bit more standardized in that it visited fixed locations. So it visited 21 sites across 7 streams from 2014 to present to 2022. And in 2022, only 306 individuals were observed. 56% of the observations reported a dry stream bed. And here we see a picture on the right of Adobe Creek taken on March 15th of last year. Right at a time when the spawning runs should be occurring, habitat, an important tributary for Clear Lake Hitch, was dry. I'm going to move on now to some more other surveys. Next slide, please. More recently, in addition to the visual surveys conducted by the department, the United States Geological Survey has begun a summer gillnet survey to monitor Clear Lake Hitch. And this plot is pretty simple. This slide and this figure and the next figure were provided by Fred Farrer of the USGS, who leads this effort, the summer gillnet effort. And here we see just basically between 2018 and 2019, a pretty substantial decline in the population. And then going over to 2022, just note how narrow those error bars are. And this just is a little bit of nuance in that they were more consistently not catching fish. So more sampling events resulted in 0. Taking a deeper dive into this data, next slide, please. This is that same data, again, provided by Fred Farrer. This is a length frequency plot, which is a pretty typical tool that we use to examine the structure of a population. Each panel is a year of that data, with the height of the bars corresponding to the number of fish and the position of the bar corresponding to the size of the fish. So on the left side, we have smaller fish. On the right side, we have larger fish, with that vertical dashed line being the distinction between the juvenile and the adult life stages. So looking at the top panel in 2017, we see a strong cohort relative to the other fish that were collected. And this is what we expect to see in a fish population. A lot of juveniles, the most abundant life stage in the population overall. And as those juveniles grow into adults, some of them die from predation, disease, other natural causes, or other causes of mortality. The next panel down in 2018, we see that strong cohort signal moving to the right. So that means that these fish are growing, they're surviving, they're maturing at this size, they're able to spawn. But looking to the left of that line, we see very minimal juvenile recruitment. And then moving on into 2019, 2020, and 2021 and 2022, we see that pattern repeat itself and the continued decline, in which there are no juveniles recruiting to the population. And in 2022, only 6 individuals were collected, including 2 juveniles. So this is the equivalent of no children being born over multiple generations. And I apologize to whoever first used that analogy to describe this, but I think it's, I apology for not giving you credit where credit is due. I've heard that analogy before to describe this population trend, but it's an apt description and really drives home the point that there is a bottleneck somewhere between adults laying eggs or having high quality eggs and juveniles surviving to adulthood, or multiple bottlenecks that we need to address. Next slide, please. So there are many factors affecting the decline of Clear Lake Hitch. First and foremost, we want to highlight the loss of spawning and marine habitat, again referring to that 2014 status review. There's an estimated 92% loss of historically available habitat due to physical barriers, either in the forms of dams or levees or other structures within the stream. Again, speaking to how important it is to have access, the area, the amount of habitat available does affect the number of fish that that habitat can produce and support. We also need to look at the quality of habitat. In addition to having water in these tributaries, we need to look at riparian vegetation along the banks to ensure that there's sufficient shade to maintain water temperature that they can survive in, as well as providing cover from predators. Some of these other effects are more ephemeral in nature. So we think of a barrier as like a dam, but some barriers can also be associated with a rapid decline in stream flow, which leads to strandings, desiccation of adults, eggs, and juveniles. And this image here was taken by my colleague Ben Ewing in March of 2014, showing an adult stranding event. And I'm sure this image will appear in other presentations. This happened right after a large flow event in which a lot of adult hitch were able to enter the stream, and the stream flow declined too rapidly for the adults to move out. Not to mention any eggs that they may have produced would have also been stranded. Other factors, of course, non-native species, both competition and predation. In competing with food resources, again, they feed low on the trophic level, so there's potential that they could be outcompeted by threadfin shad, as well as inland silversides. And inland silversides in other areas have been identified as predators on larvae and eggs. And of course, we can't talk about Clear Lake without talking about water quality and contaminants, particularly harmful algal blooms and dissolved oxygen in the summertime. So again, many factors affecting the decline, but we believe that the main mechanism occurs somewhere in the production of juveniles. Next slide, please. Some of the efforts that we are taking to address the decline, we summarized in a letter of support to the county sent to Director De Leon on the 13th. And again, we encourage collaboration with us and the other entities and agencies at the table to examine releases for Adobe and Highland Springs Reservoir. The department has provided previous comments indicating that we have concerns about the timing of releases and how they may impact Clear Lake Hitch. And we are also encourage collaboration on further examination of the groundwater surface water interconnectivity to get a better idea of how groundwater pumping may affect stream beds. And again, just to reiterate in that letter and to repeat again here, we encourage collaboration both in the emergency effort that's occurring in the Clear Lake Hitch Task Force and the State Water Resources Control Board implementation team, and longer term strategies like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Conservation Strategy Team. So these two teams, the task force and the implementation team, are more of a rapid response as opposed to a longer term conservation plan. But these groups have a lot of overlap, and we're all going to need together to keep these fish on the landscape. Next slide, please. These next two slides, I just wanted to include as reference for folks. There's been some confusion about the responsibilities and roles and the permitting process, which I will readily admit can be confusing and frustrating. But these slides, please refer to them. They will be included in the materials. And just want to emphasize that we're here to help. We can provide consultations, provide information, and I would direct any interested parties to email R2 info. So that's Region 2 is our department's region that includes Clear Lake at wildlife.ca.gov for more information. And we'll put you in touch with staff that can help you navigate the permitting process. Next slide, please. And this is just a checklist. Again, I encourage you, if you are doing work near or in a stream bed, to look at this permit and contact us. Again, culverts, any maintenance or road bridge crossing within the water course, please contact us and work with us to assess if you need a permit and how to navigate that process. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, there's a lot of momentum surrounding Clear Lake Hitch, largely driven by this rapid population decline. And this is a part of a longer term decline that we've observed. It's supported by the qualitative comparison of oral accounts in the visual survey, as well as the more quantitative assessment of the recent USGS data. And we believe it's driven by the near complete juvenile recruitment failure, which we've observed in recent years. And we're here to help with permitting and restoration, as well as working with our partners, developing better science and addressing data gaps. And again, no single entity has the power or authority to solve these issues. It's going to take all of us working together. And I believe this is my last slide. Yes, thank you.
Do we have anything from the board before our next presentation? Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over now to Sarah Ryan, Environmental Director with Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and I believe Sarah is there in person. And I will throw up her presentation.
I think I can do all of this on this.
Do you need to come sit up here?
Maybe
Yeah.
that'd be easier.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, push the button.
Underneath,
Yeah.
it works very well.
So good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak about the Clear Lake Hitch, the CHI, today. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And I'm mostly going to be looking that way since it's really big and I've got new glasses. So the mantra, the logo, the refrain that we've all been saying for most of last summer and through now is no more loss of species on our watch. I've heard it from the agencies, I've heard it from tribal leadership, other leadership, and certainly as staff for the tribe. We don't want to have the Clear Lake Hitch go extinct. And once we heard from this state biologist that unless some big things change, we'll be losing these, we will most likely lose a species, it really threw us into high gear. So I do want to show on this slide that I have a few slides on enforcement, creek water usage, and some of our recommendations that we made during the Clear Lake Hitch Summit in December. And we also have a lot of people at Big Valley who are very involved in Clear Lake Hitch in terms of their whole life cycle. And some of those folks are in the audience today, and I just want to thank them all for coming. And I know there are other tribes and tribal members who are here as well, and tribal leadership, so thank you for coming. The picture on the right is an example of what a farmer has done to make sure that there's enough water in his irrigation pond for his vineyard. We had to work really hard with CDFW wardens for a number of years to actually get that ditch that person created, as well as those boulders removed. He then put in a well, which is about 5 feet from the creek, and lined his pond to make sure that he had enough water for his vineyard. But that is something that, we've all have to be vigilant about if there's water crossings that are reducing the downstream water. It's happening in multiple places around the county, and it is something that impacts the Clear Lake Hitch because it means less water downstream, and the hitch can't get past that. So next slide, please. The slide that Felipe just showed, I have on here as well. And I just want to point out that Clear Lake Hitch are in the news right now. You see some headlines. There's also some publications about it. There's research. And as I mentioned, both state and federal biologists have identified a drastic reduction in the number of Clear Lake Hitch and have stated that unless more is done, we'll lose the hitch within 5 years. Next slide, please. So enforcement. So relying on enforcement can be problematic. People have to report their neighbors. That is not always fun. Nobody wants to do that. So, and it is not, because of budgets and whatnot, it's not like there's wardens and other law enforcement that are out looking for issues. But a few years ago, I wanted to look at how many times Fish and Game Code 1600, which is basically stream bank, stream bed violations, how often that went to the DA's office and how often it was prosecuted. Because I had heard that there was a problem with that. And sure enough, after looking at the data, we found that about 13% of the time, and looking in a 5-year period, there was actually corrective action taken. In a lot of cases, it was dismissed because not enough data, or what the wardens did was just try to handle it in-house, tell the people to throw some straw down, which is one particular case I'm familiar with. So violations have to be reported, and also enforcement often doesn't lead to corrections made. So we can't just expect that law enforcement is going to be out there handling the illegal diversions and some of the other things that are causing both a degraded habitat as well as loss of water. Next slide, please. So we've noted that, and I have a slide showing this, but the spawning season for the chai, historically versus now, is about cut in half. The creeks do not run, the major tributaries of Clear Lake do not run during the time when the Clear Lake Hitch fry need to be returning to the lake. So as was mentioned in earlier presentations, the adults go upstream, they spawn, they make it back down to the lake, hopefully, but then those eggs have to hatch. That takes a certain amount of time. They have to hang out there, they have to eat, and then they have to get back. Well, when you already have down to the lake and survive all of that, when you already have a spawning season, or a time frame when the creeks are running is even reduced in half, that is limiting the number of survivors. And as several people have already said, it's a juvenile recruitment failure. So, and tribes and researchers have long noted that the chai are struggling. We also know that there's agricultural water demand in and along the creeks, and often it coincides with the chai's spawning and return of the fry to the lake. There is little data on agricultural use except in honor system use and reporting, and it is often sporadically submitted with the agencies. They've had to do orders to get the data to come in. The frost protection, which is going to come up multiple times a day, including from the agricultural folks who say that they're not impacting the surface water flow in the creeks. But we do know that we have seen that happening. And the fact that there's not a lot of data of when and how and where they use it is something that we can all see and review is a problem. We also think that just in general that our agencies, all of us, the county, the tribes, that we have not prioritized data collection on surface water use, groundwater use, and land use. And that has been a focus for Big Valley's environmental department. We are primary focused in the Big Valley Creeks. You're going to hear me mainly talking about the Big Valley Creeks because these are part of the ancestral lands of the tribe. And they are the regular places where tribal members congregate to catch a fish and manage the natural resources through many, many generations of stewardship knowledge. Another thing about the Big Valley Creeks, so a recent study of USGS and the strontium levels in the Clear Lake Hitch, so it's basically in their ear bones, show that more fish originate in Adobe Creek than any other creeks. So we're really focused on Adobe. Biologists know that a healthy population of fish requires that the population is spread out in multiple areas to reduce disease and other issues. So even though people are saying, you could say, well, Middle Creek is fine, Kelsey Creek is fine. No, you have to have, the biologists say you have to have more location than just a couple for them to stay healthy. And finally, we know that other Big Valley creeks, Cole, Manning, and Thompson, have water quantity issues, and they can't support a robust population of the chai. But we've mainly been focusing on Adobe because of its absolute proximity to Big Valley lands, and also because we know it has the most severe problem. Next slide, please. This graphic shows that it shows that timing of irrigation, frost protection, spring irrigation, whatever you want to call it, and also the flow of, this is showing Kelsey Creek. The blue is Kelsey Creek in a wet year, so you can see spike, spike, spike. That's like heavy rains, it stops. And then in a dry year, it's like one big spike in February, and then the flow is very low. Well, during this time when the water is drawing down, that is when there's frost protection, there's even irrigation, and you can see right in that window that there are fish kills and fish rescues happening in multiple creeks. And over the last 8 years, there have been multiple documented fish kills and fish rescues in creeks during their spawning period because there's not enough water in the creeks. That's the bottom line. Next slide, please. So our first recommendation was that there were surface to the agencies and also, just to the county, that there are surface water curtailments on all Clear Lake creeks for declared dry years during the chai spawning season. There is a precedent for that. Yolo County doesn't get Clear Lake water when it's below a certain amount. There's already a precedent. Next slide, please. So the Big Valley, and with their hydrologist consultants and others, have been doing quite a bit of modeling and monitoring on Adobe Creek. In 2020, we completed a study on Adobe Creek to try to improve identification of in-stream habitat in areas of potential stranding. What you see here is that as so at the top it says CFS, so that's cubic feet per second, so it's basically the flow. As the flow reduces and as you go down through, you go through April and May, you can see where the squares are that are outlined here is where there are stranding. It's not going to be deep enough. There's not enough flow, and therefore there are multiple locations by May where they can be stranded, and even somewhere between April and May. Now this is just using a one-dimensional hydraulic modeling. We're now moving into a 2D modeling, but it really is important to have enough flow in there to get over the barriers, to deal with the land, and to have that flow in there for the full length of time that the fry need to make it back to the lake. And so we found that as water flow reduced below 34 cubic feet per second, many locations on Adobe Creek became impassable for the hitch, given their depth requirements. Next slide, please. So just to kind of back to that slide, or to show a little more detail on that, we have been looking into these things since 2017, particularly in Adobe Creek, with various sources of funding. Next slide, please. This slide is pretty busy. It's using a State Water Resources Control Board slide that they showed during their listening session. That upper slide is showing these are surface water diversions. So it's when people have pipes into the creeks throughout the whole county and what they're using it for. And this is all based on the data that people have to submit if they have water rights on a creek, which is basically everybody who's got, almost everybody who's got, who lives adjacent to a creek has those types of rights and are allowed to put that water to beneficial use. But we question whether there's enough in the creeks for all users, which includes the flows needed for the chai to spawn and for their young to return to the creeks. The chart on the bottom is our own review of those same reports, statement of diversion and use reports that go into the water boards, and it's showing what people are using it for. They have to report it. They're using it for frost protection between March and May. They're doing, 75 acre feet of water for frost protection. That's one particular one this is Adobe Creek. This is just a snapshot of some of the usage that's happening. So it's their own reporting that we're basing this on, and the demand is high. If you look at the CDFW letter that just came into you, they say that for groundwater usage and for the wells that are near the creeks, that CDFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, expects that a meaningful portion of stream flow depletion is attributable to shallow groundwater extraction. So all those wells that are placed near the creeks, they're placed near there for a reason. And so when they're pumping for frost protection or other uses, it is to be able to, it's having an impact on the creeks, is what CDFW is expecting. And it's also what our review did in the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Advisory Committee that we were in. And the State Water Resources Control Board map on the top part shows that many diversions are occurring in the main chai spawning creeks, and the data shows that it's during the spawning times. Next slide, please. So another of our recommendations is that Adobe Creek and other creeks need some gauges so we can see actually what the flow is. And matter of fact, the tribes, this particular year and other, moving forward, we're going to have people out on a daily basis, is my understanding. I know we're planning that with Big Valley in our area to look at specific areas to see if stranding is starting to happen, if the water level has dropped to the point where we're going to have stranded fish. But having live reading gauge in there is also going to be incredibly helpful. We are also asking for, we are doing modeling and data collection, so are other tribes, and this is something that needs to be supported. It's not like there's just a ton of money going around. I mean, these are expensive things to do. Next slide, please. So this is, we recently had LiDAR flown of all of Adobe Creek from top to bottom, and we're able to do some additional two-dimensional hydrodynamic modeling. And our preliminary results were showing, if you look at the red sections along this portion of Adobe Creek, this is also where a chai stranding occurred this last year, that there are multiple places that, again, chai will be stranded at the 1 CFS. That is what we're seeing at, the kind of some of the critical times of when the chai are spawning. We do also have, the tribe has pressure transducers on Adobe Creek, and we are also working with local well owners in multiple locations to put in static water level indicator readers so that we can see what the groundwater is doing and what the surface water is doing. So this is data that we've shared before, multiple arenas, as well as with the water boards as they're doing their review of this. Next slide, please. So that 2D streamflow modeling in Adobe Creek, the preliminary modeling indicates that water depths become too shallow for the hitch below a flow of 34 cubic feet per second. And also multiple years of data shows that at the top of Adobe Creek, it's just like at the top of Kelsey Creek. It's great. Nobody's bothered up there. There's a lot of water. But as it's moving down toward the lake and there's all these users all the way down, it's a losing creek, which means the creek has less water in it the closer you get to the lake. And that is something that is, based on demand and some other, various other reasons. This is why we need the agricultural data of their usage, as well as a better understanding of the hydrologic work that's happening within those reaches. Big Valley and Lake County are finalizing an MOU to install a pressure transducer below Highland Springs Reservoir, because we really want to understand how much water is actually leaving the reservoir and be able to factor that into some of our modeling. So hopefully that will be finished soon. Next slide, please. This is actually a graphic of some of the showing at Adobe Creek near Soda Bay Road. We have a well watcher, basically, so a sonic water level indicator in one of the wells that are nearby, as well as a pressure transducer. So it's showing, if you look at that December, January, February, the one thing we can say for certain is that while the groundwater, so you see there's a flow, so that blue is flow. But as the well is recharging, and there wasn't much rain during this, as we all know, as the well is recharging, and so that's the green line going up, the surface water level is going down in that same area, because we have stuff right in that same spot. As the other thing this can tell us for certain is that last little blip before the red line is when a little rain happened. The Chi were like, yes, they started going up the creeks, and there was an immediate drawdown because everything was so depleted. It gets depleted during this time. So that little rain barely made any difference. It was disappeared very quickly, and that's why that Chi stranding occurred and an observed fish kill in April, which is when, we would really want to be seeing a lot of hitch in there. Next slide. So the tribe is also asking for and recommends that there is a release of water that maintains that 34 cubic feet per second or somewhere around there. Like we said, we're finishing the modeling. We know the water boards and CDFW are also looking at that. But we do believe for Adobe Creek, one of the solutions can be a release of water from the reservoirs during the historic spawning period. We also support aquifer recharge projects, which will keep that groundwater level higher. Next slide, please. We also recommend that there is groundwater pumping curtailments near the Clear Lake creeks for declared dry years during the Chi spawning season. As I mentioned, as you can see with the graph, there is absolutely a connection between groundwater pumping and what is going on with how much surface water is left. We did provide an evaluation of that in the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan. We did reject that plan and recommended to DWR that it gets corrected for the issues that we saw with the evaluation and of the data. And of course, we haven't heard back what their answer to that is, but we are hoping that they will improve it based on other data. Next slide, please. So in summary, the Chi can't wait for perfect data. There is data already. We've got some data, and we think that there's enough to move forward with improved water management. We also think that agricultural water use data sharing is needed, and actually, factual equipment data would be quite nice because a lot of it is anecdotal, and that can be problematic. And I just want to point out that there is literature and there is research from Fred Fayer, who is, I know, participating in the call or in this meeting today or available. He is with USGS. And he says that the fry, it might take between 11 and 152 days for the fry to make it back to Clear Lake. So it's not just, in a week and a half, they're gone. As a matter of fact, I believe that Robinson Rancheria's biologist might be speaking about something, a rescue that they had to do quite a few months after what we see as a Chi spawning run. So we do believe that curtailments are necessary during the dry years and that better management of the water needs to happen now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments between speakers, between this presentation and the next, or are we ready for the next one? Okay.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to pass it over to Luis Santana, fisheries biologist with Robinson Rancheria, who is with you in the in the board chamber.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm not going to go too much into the biology. I'm going to focus more on habitat and what we're already doing to, try to work around the habitat that we have, and then just potential for restoration of that habitat. So this is just showing the Big Valley Basin. And the reason I'm showing this is because last spring, I participated in a adult hitch rescue with CDFW that Big Valley Rancheria reported to them. And so we went into Adobe Creek to perform some of this rescue, and it included other tribes in the area, Robinson Rancheria, Abimatal, Upper Lake, Big Valley, I think that was it at the time, but there's also CDFW employees there and local citizens. So this is just showing the mouth of Adobe Creek to about Soda Bay Road. Actually, I think that's East Finley next to it. And so the blue part is showing what was wet at this time. And so this was late April and early May. And so there's Highway 29. You can't really see them, but there's dots where I mark different types of habitat. So riffles, pools, runs, just different things that I saw in the stream. And then again, the blue is what was wet. And so there was good habitat right next to Highway 29, but there's disconnections in between there and Soda Bay throughout. And so this is upstream of Highway 29 to about Bell Hill Road. And there's actually a really good section of habitat available for hitch to spawn and rear in. But when the streams do go dry, they lose their access back to the lake. And last year, that whole stretch went dry, so anything that did survive after May didn't make it. And so this is showing the reservoirs, so from about Bell Hill Road to the reservoirs. And there is some wetted habitat in the area as well, but again, there's a lot of disconnections. So I believe this is showing where we did most of the rescues. You can't really see the dots on here. Yeah, so the red dots, they're near Soda Bay Road. That's where we initially started the rescues. And I believe there was 4 pools there. I wish I would have made it a little bit bigger now. But so there was 4 pools where we started getting some adults. And then we moved upstream near East Finley Road. And that's where we got the majority of the 293 adults that we did end up rescuing. And so that's just some of the stream stuff. So now I'm going to talk about some of the lake habitat quality. But just to preface this, the streams do provide a lot of cool water to the lake and dissolved oxygen. And it's one of the things that not just hitch need, but all the other fishes in the system. So one of the projects we're working on is a carp and goldfish management, because even if you want to get rid of one species of fish, so a non-native, in this lake, it's going to be nearly impossible because 1, it's so massive, and 2, there's a lot of ponds in the basin that could flood over and just restock the lake. And there's also people that could just restock the lake with any kind of species of fish. So I'm going to focus on our carp and goldfish management. And so a lot of people don't really know the ecological damage that carp and goldfish do. And so one of the biggest things is they increase the internal phosphorus loading. And they do this during foraging and during spawning. So if you guys go out during the spawning of the carp near the shoreline, like last year it was basically mid-March to mid-April. And near the shoreline, you'll see it's just dark. And at this time, there was no storm. So I was like, oh, what's going on? And so I walked out into the lake a little bit, and it was just carp spawning. So carp could get pretty big, 50-plus pounds. So they can move a lot of dirt. And that's one of the problems with them in this lake, because even if there's nutrients being transported by the streams into the lake, what the carp are doing is digging down into the lake bed. And we're not talking about inches, we're talking about feet. So they uncover certain nutrients in the lake and make it available. And so in shallow lakes, they're very successful. So one of the co-managers in this is WSB out of Wisconsin. They focus on carp and goldfish eradication in small ponds in the Midwest. And so one of the reasons we want to kind of manage the population is to try to get rid of their degradation of the ecology, the habitat of not just the hitch, but other native fishes as well. So in some studies on these lakes, they showed a negative relationship in macrophyte abundance and carp biomass. So basically what macrophyte is the food available for other native fishes. So elevated carp biomass, so just overall weight of carp, resulted in 71% of northern wild rice distribution on Clam Lake in Burnett County, Wisconsin. And so here it's just like, oh, we don't have wild rice, but you could kind of compare that to tules. These carp get big, and we do have some good tule beds, but it's probably a good assumption that the carp could kind of unbed some of these tules, especially the younger ones that aren't well established. And so this is actually showing one of the wild rice experiments. On the left is a fenced off seeded area. So they seeded it with wild rice and they kept carp out. And then the middle left, no fencing, but they spread seed. And the middle right, it's they fenced it off and didn't seed. And then on the right is open and seeded. So as you could tell, if you keep the carp out, vegetation is allowed to grow. So reduction in habitat, so plants and food, can result in reduced native fishes abundance, diversity, and size structure. So when you take their habitat and food away, their populations decline. Weber and Brown found an inverse relationship between relative abundance, so the catch per unit effort, of native fishes and common carp across 81 lakes in South Dakota, specifically black crappie, bluegill, white bass, and northern pike. So I mentioned this because we have crappie and bluegill here. We also have 3 different species of bass. So last year we started phase 1 of our study. And so the catch per unit effort for carp and goldfish on Clear Lake was not established. So what we did was we established that. And so what we assessed was that if we had 89 pounds of carp per acre in the lake, it was ecologically damaging. So we chose to complete the abundance estimate using a boat electrofishing catch per unit effort model. So this was done with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So the next thing we did was we tagged 30 specimens. So this was 21 carp and 9 goldfish. So the whole point of this, to tag these fish, is because they congregate in the winters, and especially before they spawn. So if we know where they're congregating, we know where to go in and get them and just get rid of them as much as possible. So this is one of the congregating behaviors. It's just a nice little table. They followed them seasonally, and it's very predictable once you do have them tagged and you could locate them. So eradication, if possible, in these kind of areas, that's where we would focus on it. And there's different ways to get rid of them. We're not entirely sure how we're going to do it. That's one of the reasons we're going to do a feasibility study in the next couple of weeks, just so we can get a better idea of how to approach this situation. So I already started monitoring where they're moving, and because our boat is down, I've only been going along the lake on the roads, but we can see that they're starting to congregate on the north shore of the upper body and the lower arm. And I'm not entirely sure why they're doing that. My hypothesis is that's the one that there's the most sun in those areas, so it's a little bit warmer for them because they are a warm body or warm water fish. So this is just showing congregating behaviors in the months that it was occurring. So as you can see, the white is what was going on in December. And so they are showing a congregation pattern. So these are just my sources. So the habitat thing, I think I do want to address that. We are in a drought. But the other thing is our streams are no longer natural. They're more straight. And in valleys, they should be meandering back and forth. And so when they're straight like that, the water just goes. It doesn't slow down. It takes away from replenishing an aquifer. So when they're able to meander just back and forth, if you guys know what an oxbow lake is, they create oxbows, the water becomes slower, and so our aquifers are able to fill up. And, there's ways to do restoration efforts like that, but it definitely cannot be done by just one group of people, one team. It's definitely a collaborative effort. And so, in the year that I've been here, I've been able to work with all the tribes in the area, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, USGS, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, higher education institutes, Cal Poly Humboldt, UC Berkeley, UC Davis. So it takes a lot of people to be able to actually do restoration efforts for fishes. And one of the things, like Sarah mentioned, we did do another rescue last year, and it was us, Robinson Rancheria, the county, and Habimital Pomo of Upper Lake. And this was done in Cooper Creek. It's on the north end of Tule Lake. So if you're passing Bachelor Valley going towards Ukiah, it's one of those creeks. And so Caltrans reported seeing fishes that were stranded in this puddle. And so Ben Ewing from California Department of Fish and Wildlife sent me this email, sent me a picture. He's like, hey, can you just do me a favor and just go make sure that there's no hitch in there? And so I'm like, yeah, sure. And in the picture, you could see clearly that it was carp. So when I got there, I didn't see any carp, but I had my net with me. So I did stick my net in this puddle that just looked like mud. It was like completely brown. And so I caught 10 juvenile hitch. And they're about this big. And so this was in August. So this was in a creek in August. And so the spawning run would have occurred probably in April on that side of the lake, just because it's a little bit colder. So, I mean, we don't necessarily know all the impacts that are occurring because all the streams are very different. So, for example, some Sacramento sucker have already started their spawning run. And so hearing that, I went out to Middle Creek to the locations where I know they would go. And I had a feeling they weren't going to be there just because flows were still too high and the water was too cold. And, that was the case. They like to go based off of temperature and dissolved oxygen. And so they wait till it warms up a little bit after storms, and then they start making their migratory run. And in Middle Creek, I thought it was a case that wasn't going to occur because there's a lot more water in Middle Creek. And so we have to be able to work together in many areas to actually understand what's going on because every spawning run of hitch is going to be different. And the last species to go extinct was actually here, the Clear Lake splittail, a very close relative to the Clear Lake hitch. It would spawn in the streams after the hitch, and so their water was no longer available in April and May when they would be spawning, and especially when they were making their way back down to the lake. And once they got to the lake, they'd have to compete with non-native species that were introduced to their habitat niche, which is near shore. So the hitch are able to go out into the middle of the lake and avoid competition with non-native species, where the splittail, they inhabited the same parts as all the other species, which was near shore. So that's one of the reasons they went extinct. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Do you have anything for the board or next presentation? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Louise. I am going to go ahead and pass it over to Peter Windrum, the president of the Tri-Council for the Clear Lake Hitch, who is joining you all in the board chambers.
Just checking, Marina, real quickly, do you have the other set of slides that I sent you this afternoon? Or did I send you these?
I have this one, but I can check real quick, Peter, just to make sure I have the most recent one.
Thank you.
So I'm going to stop sharing my screen for just a moment, if that's okay.
If not, we can certainly make do with that one.
I believe I have it. Just give me a few seconds as it is downloading. If it's going to take more than 35 seconds, I'll go back to the one I had up there initially.
Thank you.
You want to give yourself an introduction?
Sure, I'll do this real quickly. Thank you. My name is Peter Windrum. To give you my little bit of background and qualifications to offer the opinions here, I've lived on Kelsey Creek my entire lifetime, and on a family farm that's been in generations for a long time, but compares not the slightest to the history of the native folks. By our standards, it's been there a while. I'm a co-owner of a vineyard on Kelsey Creek that we planted in 1971. Today, it's a 10-acre Sauvignon Blanc vineyard, and it is the subject of a test that I'm going to demonstrate here in a moment, or not information. I'm also the co-founder of the Chai Council for the Clear Lake Hitch. The Chai Council was, okay, that's right, we'll do that one fine. Can we go to the next slide and we'll just, and the next. Okay. But let me just tell you a bit more about myself. The Chai Council was formed in 2004 by a group of us under the auspices of the then Westlake Resource Conservation Department, RCD. And the mission of the Chai Council was and has been for the protection of the Clear Lake Hitch. The reason that we formed it and that I initiated all of that was because I grew up on Kelsey Creek and watched hitch all my life from the time I was a child, and was aware of the numbers, vast numbers on the creek, vast numbers. And we used to play with them, my sisters and I, on the creek. We rode our horses. That was the biggest thing to do in March, was go racing up and down the creek, chasing hitch, because the numbers were so huge. And I care for the hitch greatly, and did then, and knew how important they were, and over the years saw their numbers decline. And in particularly starting at about the 1970s and then on from then. What the Chai Council did, and the reason I say did is because it's been nearly 20 years since we founded the council. We had a group of volunteers, dedicated volunteers. At one point, we had as many as 70 volunteers monitoring hitch in Big Valley, all over every tributary to Clear Lake. Well, all those folks are like me. They've gotten very much older. Many of them, some have passed away, others have moved away. And so our numbers have shrunk. Right now, basically the Chai Council consists of being a guardian of records. And the records that we generated, as you'll see in a moment, were those that were used by the Center for Biological Diversity to make the case that the hitch were declining in such numbers that they needed protection. Those were Chai Council records. The way we monitored hitch very quickly was that volunteer would go to a bridge, look over a bridge, both sides, and record whether they saw a fish or not a fish. It was so we knew when there weren't hitch and we knew when there were hitch. And on the basis of that, we were able to tell what was happening in streams throughout, all around Clear Lake. And what I can tell you is that the numbers were ranked in terms of streams with the most hitch. Adobe Creek always had hitch. Of all of the streams around Clear Lake, Adobe Creek has always had hitch. Kelsey Creek was next, and then it came on down. And it was really unique because Adobe Creek is unique. It's not like any other creek. And as I'll comment in a few minutes, it's not a good creek to use as a template for every other creek around Clear Lake. And the reason is because there are two reservoirs upstream. No other creek has reservoirs, and the behavior of Adobe Creek is different from any other stream. Going on very quickly, I was a contributor to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Conservation Strategy and member of the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Before last year, for the year at the time that the plan was being developed. Of course, conditions affecting survival in Clear Lake introduce non-native species. The silversides and the threadfin shad compete for food. Largemouths, bass presentation and disruption of spawning runs. That's not talked about too much, but when the hitch, because bass attack, and I invite you to look at YouTubes of bass attacking prey. They're underwater, and it's ferocious. It's just ferocious. And so they're attacking schools of hitch when they're coming in and disrupting them from coming into the creeks. The other big fact that's about them that's not on this, survival, physical barriers, and I'm focusing now on Kelsey Creek. Physical barriers to the spawning grounds. There are two on Kelsey Creek. One is the detention structure, which is downstream from Kelseyville, 1.5 miles, and then the footings on the Main Street Bridge that are an absolute barrier to hitch going upstream and cuts off about over 8 miles of spawning area. The degradation of the spawning beds, the gravel beds that you've seen have been degraded in all streams because of gravel mining. There are fewer fish entering those streams not every year, but as we've seen on Fred's slides, the numbers are going down coming into the streams. The real question overall is what's happening in the lake. So the question then becomes, could we go to our next slide and we'll see. This is the big question that I sought to and seek to address in this paper, as well as some comments about Adobe Creek. The question is, does groundwater pumping for frost protection in Big Valley reduce stream flow in Kelsey Creek during the hitch spawning runs? That's the proposition that's being made, and you just heard that proposition, is that groundwater pumping for frost protection reduces stream flows and hence harms the hitch. Next slide, please. This is looking an aerial view of Big Valley, and I had to point out these little orange. The blue line is, of course, Kelsey Creek. The yellow line is Highway 29, where it crosses Kelsey Creek. That's Kelseyville, the town of Kelseyville right there. At that, starting at the very bottom, there's a gauge maintained by the U.S. Geological Survey of the stream flows in Kelsey Creek. It's been maintained at that location since 1947, and all those records are available. The next one, a little orange one, kind of squiggly line, is one of our two farms, and that's where I live, there on Kelsey Creek. It's just and we've been there since 1976. My wife have owned that spot, and I've watched fish. Can't get any hitch because they can't get up there right now. Going up to just above where the blue line crosses the yellow. In other words, Kelsey Creek goes under Highway 29. The next one up is the Main Street Bridge that bars hitch from coming up anywhere heading south, which would be down from there. Next, I'm sorry, it's back, that one is our other farm, which has the 10-acre vineyard on it and goes right on Kelsey Creek. Up above that is the detention structure, which is at the end of the gravel section. And then the last one is the gauge maintained by the California Department of Water Resources. So those two gauges are really important because you can tell how much water is coming into Big Valley and then how much of it is down to Big Valley. So in other words, and the proposition is, well, if there's groundwater pumping going on in Big Valley such as that it would lower the flows in Big Valley and streams, the gauge down below should reflect less water than the gauge up above in general. That's it. It doesn't. And that was checked out by the engineers on the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Basin, and they found no evidence that water in Big Valley was being Kelsey Creek was being reduced by groundwater pumping. So, notwithstanding folks saying that that's not the case. We pump water for frost protection and overhead sprinklers. We have a pump that's 600 feet from the creek and a reservoir that's 1,200 feet from the creek. That pump is a 20 horsepower pump, and it runs these overhead sprinklers and from a 180-foot deep well. We irrigate with a drip system, which uses a very small amount of water relative to frost protection. We have a pipeline that runs from that well, by the way, 600 feet from the creek to the creek. It's available for pumping back into the creek. We will do that if it appears to be a contribution to the hitch flows. We're here to do that. Now, excuse me here for just a second. Keep following my notes. Frost protection, could you maybe go to our next, please, slide? Let me see where. Okay, these are the frost protection basics, and by the way, Sarah's slide about when frost protection occurs is not correct. It is not correct. And we've been frost protecting for 50 years, so I have some experience with this. Frost protection starts at the earliest, and we're talking about vineyards, and also their pear orchards too, but at the very earliest, at the very end of March. Now, hitch run in March and can start running at the end of February, which means that for that entire period of time, there is no pumping going on at all. So in terms of that portion of the spawning. Frost protection can run up into May. It's not very much of it, but some. Irrigation starts typically around the end of May, 1st of June, and goes in through the summer with a few irrigations after the harvest in October. Frost protection is essential for the production of pears and wine grapes in Big Valley. The water is applied to crops at night and early morning when temperatures likely to fall below 32 degrees. You cannot raise wine grapes or pears in Big Valley without frost protection. Absolutely no way. Without that frost protection, there are no wine grapes. There are no pears being produced, is the long and short. Water is applied from 4 to 10 hours in a night, depending on the temperature. If the temperature is slightly below, around 32 degrees, later in the night, why then you'll be pumping for a shorter period of time. The number of nights in a season that the groundwater pumping occurs, and this is in all of Big Valley, by the way, it's not just Kelsey Creek, typically range from some nights, some seasons, there's no groundwater pumping. You'll see one here where there was one night in the entire season, to ranges from 0 to 12, with an average pumping each night with an average of nights pumped being 6 nights. Groundwater is the principal source of the water, with some near stream pumping, and then reservoirs supplement the groundwater, and that's what we have. We have pump and we fill the reservoir for 6 hours it takes to do that, and typically we're frost protecting 6 hours, so that's a total of 12 hours in a day. Next slide, please. What we do here is a comparison of the USGS and KCK, that's Kelsey Creek. I don't know what the other K stands for, but it's a State Department of Water Resources designation for that lower gauge. And these slides are for the years 2011, 2018, 2019, and 2020 for Kelsey Creek. And those are the dates that Hitch ran each year. The dates the frost protection pumping occurred, and a comparison of the two stream flow gauges to ascertain whether the stream flow was affected by pumping for frost protection. Those are the slides we're going to see in a minute. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the spring of 2011. I'll explain in a minute why I chose I did 2011 because our dear friend Don Utner, who's since passed away, farmed pears downstream from us for 70 years. And a fine man, and his widow, Margaret, I called her and I said, I'd like to get some data on when frost protection occurred, that Don had those records. So this is what she sent me. USGS gauge height. Now this is way upstream. Okay, this is the gauge. And you see the bouncing lines. That's rainfall events that are coming. And then the stream flow events coming down, and there's a little blip where there was a little water came in, and then a bigger one. This is the downstream gauge. As you will note, those two gauges parallel each other virtually precisely. Now, Hitch ran, and when I say a hitch ran, meaning that adult Hitch came to the base of the detention structure, which a number of us saw today, and were blocked there. And that structure, by the way, is one that you all manage. You may not know it, but it's under your jurisdiction. So Hitch came on 6 days. Now, that's when I say 6 days, that's not continuous days. It means that they were seen on those days between March 31st and April 5th. Actually, that is 6 continuous days. We did see them constantly for those 6 days, and then not after that. Okay, here are the night's frost protection, and in this case, Don did frost protection for 12 nights between April 8th and May 5th. And as you can tell, April 8th to May 5th is more than 12 days. It's, what is it? It's 27 days. So it meant that frost, which is the case, it's not a solid, frost events are scattered out typically, although there can be some extended. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, point being, the theory would be, the proposition would be that frost protecting for 12 nights should be, if it's making a difference in the stream flow, should be reflected on the graph. In other words, that the lower graph should be dipping down to show that there had been enough water taken out of the creek, if you will, of enough to affect that flow that the Hitch are relying on. If we can go to the next slide. This is 2018, spring of 2018. Same thing, in other words, the two gauges, the upper gauge, the lower gauge, are matching each other precisely, and because they're measuring actually in this case, they're measuring the gauge height. In other words, it's going up and down based on the amount of water that there is. Go down to Hitch observed. We saw Hitch for 4 days, and that's the entire season. I mean, this is not good, really not good, but that's the fact that they were there for 4 days, March 28th to April 1st. The frost protection nights, we did 4 nights of frost protecting. First one was April 17th to the 19th. That was 3 in rows. And then on April 30th, 4 nights, the whole season. All those took place after the Hitch had been there and and left. And this particular frost protection was all upstream of where the hitch were, by the way, but it all took place after the hitch had been there. Now, let's go to the next slide.
Can I interrupt
Yes,
for a
please.
second before you
Yeah.
move on? It's hard for me to see. I can see the graph on top with
Yes.
the measurements on the left-hand side and the dates. The boxes don't match. Can you describe what the measurements are on the bottom graph?
It's the same. They're the same dates. It's just very difficult to read. But it's a month at a time, February 1st to March 1st. And it's hard to see on those because they have those vertical lines. I'm sorry about that. But those are lining up.
Is it every 15 days?
Let's see, those vertical, yeah, that, and let's see, when. I think so. Yes, I think that is. Frankly, I can't tell because I can't see. Let me see here.
And then on
Just a
the-
minute, let me see if I can
And then on the vertical, is it like by,
gauge height.
is it by 2 points?
Pardon me?
I just wanted to better
Oh,
understand.
on the top of the one on the top, it's by feet. In other words, it's how high is the water in the, it's.
And
those
the
guys-
one on the bottom, the
Is the-
KCK is every 2 feet? The lines?
Yeah, I can't, let's see. Yeah, and I think that's correct. And of course, the basis, these gauges don't match in terms of where zero is, if you will, because they just are set in the stream. However they are, but it's showing how the relative positions are. How they go up and down, basically, is what is happening. 28, are we 4 days, 2018? Is that, I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that is good. I don't believe that, if you can send us your presentation so I can get a better look at it. It's hard to tell from right here.
I'd be happy to do that.
Attached.
I don't remember seeing this specific one. Maybe I went through all the charts and I'm just not seeing the comparable. He said he had a new one.
I have, let's see, I'm not sure. Was there,
Yeah, I see USGS, I see CDFW, FGC.
you can see, of course, comparing the slopes on each of them, they correspond.
There's a attachment to the agenda for the Ag Advisory comments. Some
Oh,
of
it's
these
on that
graphs
one?
appear in there.
Oh, that's right.
So those may be a little more legible.
Yeah.
So we will be able to go back and look at those a little more detailed.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to spring of 2019, please. And the next slide. Spring of 2019, same thing, basically, but here's what's important. In the hitch run in 2019, there were 12 days, meaning 12 days in which hitch were at that location, beginning in April 3 to 4, and then 7 to 11, and 18 to 24. And we frost protected one night that entire season, just one night. Spring of 2020, if you can go to that one real quickly. Next slide. On 2020, same thing, you see the patterns. The hitch observed April 13th to April 18th for 5 nights. The frost protection, semicolon, frost and the run overlap. The first hitch sighting is March 31st. The next one, 4/14, is the next sighting. And then May 5th, May 3rd to the 5th is 4 nights where there was frost protection going on. So if we go to the next, and by again, you see the comparison of the two gauges. I don't belabor this thing, but next, okay. This is an important calculation that I did to see what it tells me. The question is frost protection as a percent of the spawning season. In other words, how much frost protection pumping is going on in that season. So I used as a spawning season is February 15th to May 15th. Now, of course, in our example, they're not doing that, but that's what they ought to be in terms of that whole period of time. And that's 90 days, and converted to hours is 2,160 hours. Frost protection events occur on average 6 nights per season, and groundwater is pumped onto vines for 6 nights per 6 hours per night, and 36 hours of frost protection pumping per season. In other words, this is the pumping. This is not filling the reservoir. That's the next one. Okay, and then, so 36 hours is spent pumping for typical frost protection season. Pumping to fill the reservoir is another 6 hours for each of those days per season. So pumping to fill the reservoir plus pumping to spray water onto the vines is 72 hours of frost protection pumping per season. 72 hours. Now, if you calculate that as a percent of the entire spawning season, you divide the hours spent pumping for frost protection, that's 72 hours. By the spawning season hours, which is 2,160, I put in an extra zero there, shows that pumping for frost protection takes up less than 5% of the spawning season time. Less than 5%. That's an insufficient time to have any appreciable effect on stream flow. Now, if we can go to the next slide, please. My conclusion that I came to on this was for the years 2011, 2018, and 2019, groundwater pumping occurred after the hitch runs completed. And let me qualify that somewhat, because there could be more time in order to have the fry go through their growth cycle and leave. So it may be a bit longer than that. For the year 2020, hitch spawning run and groundwater pumping overlapped. Groundwater pumping occurred during less than 5% of the hitch spawning season. And groundwater pumping for frost protection in Big Valley does not reduce stream flow in Kelsey Creek during the hitch spawning runs. Those were my conclusions from that data. Next slide, please. Okay, and this, just to show you that very quickly, this is from Kelseyville. That's an improvement on the earlier slide. You see Kelseyville, Main Street Bridge, that's an absolute block to hitch going upstream. Gravel pits, the going vertically is where gravel mining took place. My vineyard is right there. You see Wyndham Vineyard. Detention structure is down at the north end of the gravel. And then further out, the KCK gauge is the Department of Water Resources gauge. Can we go to the next slide, please? That gravel, by the way, is the most suitable spawning ground on Kelsey Creek right now, and not nearly enough hitch can get there. Let's see. Anyway, this is going south of Kelseyville. This is not scaled quite right, that Main Street Bridge, and you get down to the USGS gate. Next slide, please. I didn't want to kind of speed along here. Next slide, please. Adobe Creek, and Adobe Creek's unique, and I may have to, since 2004, Adobe Creek has never failed to have hitch spawning run, unlike the other tributaries to Clear Lake. Every year, Chi-Council monitors have observed hitch in Adobe Creek, and the numbers have been substantial. What differentiates Adobe Creek from other streams is the 2 reservoirs upstream. No other streams have reservoirs. How the reservoirs affect Adobe Creek to make it consistently attractive to hitch is not known. Let's go to I'm not sure there's go next slide. I'm not sure there is one on this one. But let me.
Peter, this is the last slide.
Okay, let me comment then very quickly, because I think this is extremely important as relates to Adobe Creek. Let me talk about stranding hitch in Adobe Creek. In all the years we monitored Adobe Creek, It had water in it, more water than any other stream in terms of the consistency in Hitch. Suddenly, the Adobe Creek started to dry up. Hitch started to get stranded. I saw it for the first time several years ago, and I was shocked because I'd never seen anything like that. Some precipitous event happened then to reduce the flows. Something. I went about trying to find that something. And I went, first thing I assumed that maybe somebody just started pumping, dropped it for the first time, dropped a pipe in and took all that water, because it isn't very much water, as I'll get back to in a sec. So I looked at the county's website to see if I could identify pumping stations or something of that sort. And I couldn't. There was a big reservoir not close, a ways back, and I asked one of my friends here, David, do you know, because he's familiar with the vineyard, do you know if they've been pumping from the creek from that vineyard? Well, the pump wasn't on the creek. It was someplace back. But something precipitously happened. And I went, by the way, to all of the looking spaces on the places on the creek to see if I could see anything that would account for it. There is an answer somewhere, but I don't know what it is yet. There's something going on that creek at some point that slowed down those flows. My hearing the testimony today, well, first of all, so how do you do it? How do you save those people, those hitch? Everybody's talked about it, you know. You get some water out of Highland Springs Reservoir. That's what you do. Problem on Highland Springs Reservoir is that the outlet gate is frozen up. You can't open it. So, and this is where you ask a farmer. My premise is here, farmers, agriculture has got to be part of this discussion. They've been excluded deliberately. I would say, I don't want to cast aspersions, but they have not been asked to participate in any of these discussions going on between the tribes and the governmental agencies or anybody else. And we're the folks who know, because we're there, just like I demonstrated to you about pumping from from Kelsey Creek. What can I tell you about listening to the testimony of Adobe Creek? It's so different from all the other creeks. It's not, you can't extrapolate entirely, but listen to this. First of all, how do you get water out of Adobe Creek, out of the Highland Springs Dam? It's simple. You walk out there, you get Rain for Rent, who I could call tomorrow. You call tomorrow. It's a company out in Woodland that has pumps for agricultural pumping, pumping water out of canals, for example, into ditches for farming, all kinds of that sort of stuff. They could pump water. They'd be here in a week with one of their reps to come look at this situation. They'd ask you, how much water do you need? And they would put a pump in right next to and we were down there yesterday, right next to the reservoir, run a pipe through the spillway and drop water into the creek. I learned today that the amount of water that it takes is 34 CFS, cubic feet per second. That is 225 gallons a minute. That, you can produce 225 gallons a minute with a 20 horsepower pump. Actually, it'll produce more than that. So the thing that floors me is hearing this, why in the world didn't you put a pump in this creek right then and save all these hitch? Every year, could do it until that thing gets fixed. That's a farmer's perspective. Why is that? So, anyway, so where do we then go? I guess I see, so what, then these other facts, and folks can, maybe I construe them differently from other people, or no, incorrectly, let's put it this way. I'm not saying it's good. But a female hitch, everything I'm reading in the literature, carries an average of 36,000 eggs. That means that for 1,000 hitch, that's 36 million eggs for 1,000 hitch. First thing it tells me, I think from college biology, is, well, that means that there's a high mortality rate in eggs. That's why you have so many. But that's still a tremendous number of eggs. Now, if you get a year, like you've had all these dry years, and the hitch numbers are dropping, this year we'll have a tremendous amount of rain and flows in these streams. they ought to be working just fine.
Peter,
So,
we've got to move this
I'm sorry, I
presentation.
apologize. Okay, that's the end of it. Let me say one concluding thing. Hitch are losing their war in Clear Lake. They're starved by silversides and threadfin shad, and they're consumed by bass. I'm sorry. Agriculture has to be included in all of these discussions. All of them, but with all of them. And Ag, I submit, has been wrongfully blamed for the decline of Hitch and its authority, and that's the essence of it. You all need farmers in every one of these meetings in order to have the data and the information. You don't see in any of these documents, agriculture essentially has been excluded. We need to be at the table so that you all can consider what the facts are that we can bring. I apologize, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Peter. We are going to go ahead and move on over to the Ag Advisory Committee. Let me pull up the slides. I believe we have Sharon who is joining us in the chambers.
Just go.
Good afternoon. So we have two people from, to speak to you from the Ag Advisory Committee. So David, you want to come up too? If you want attention. So, well, let me start here. We have some slides that are accompanying slides to what Peter has shared with you, going to be presented by Dr. Brock Zoller, so I'll ask him to come up. Does he need to go up there?
You can come up here if that's what you'd like.
Okay.
I just want to let everybody know we have a hard stop at 4 p.m. We have to take a break. So we'll go for the next 15 minutes or so, and then we'll have to stop whatever we're doing right at that time and then come back.
I think we can do that. Okay, so for, let me introduce myself. I'm Sharon Zoller. I'm the chairperson for the Lake County Agricultural Advisory Committee that was blessed by the Board of Supervisors about 3 years ago, and thank you, Jessica, for bringing us that forward. The members of the committee besides myself are David Weiss, Randy Craig, Bruce Merrilees, Pat Scully, Alicia Russell, and non-voting members on the committee, Jessica Peiska, Michael Green, and Catherine Vanderwall. So that's the committee. So today we have some data to present and also a speaker, David Weiss, and then I will sum up quickly the recommendation from the committee.
I have just a few slides. I need to talk to the microphone very closely in order for you to hear me. So I'm going to take this off, and I also need to be able to point to the data. So I think I can do it with this particular old-fashioned device right here, since I have a red light thing that gets absorbed by the file there and the screen, and I can't use it. But I put together a lot of data here, and the idea is I like to see what I'm talking about here in order to understand all of the history of the counts that have been made and the history of rainfall and environment and things like that. And I like to put it all on the same screen so you can do comparisons with it. So what I've got here, sure. What I've got here is all of the people that have done observations of the hitch. That would be fishermen, incidental capture. They had to report how many hitch were in their catches, and their particular data is going to be on the next slide because there's quite a few more fish. In order to accommodate their data, I have to shrink down looking at the other data. So we have a different scale, so it'll be on the next one. But that's one of the observational ones, 1961 to 2001. Moving on up, the Clear Lake Vector Control District, same data, 1987 to 2010 that was done. That's this data down here in the dark blue line here. And the other information that's on here in addition to the years and the rainfall is a regression analysis of the data. So in order to do that, you can get that online and you submit the data in there. And there's a straight line to describe all of these things going up and down here. As a matter of fact, it's not particularly significant because the R-squared value is pretty low. But nevertheless, it's a straight line. That means there's no shrinking of the data that when they were measuring in their seine nets, there was no shrinking of the population of hitch, according to the observations they made. Even though you look at it, there were a number of years that were low here, they came back again. And so the line itself indicates that there's nothing was happening to the population. Moving on over to Chi-Council visuals, their data is down here, and it's 2005 to 2013. And that's this data right down here. And you can see they finished up pretty low here. But the interesting thing was the seine data from the vector control district exactly matched them on these particular years that they overlapped. So I was encouraged by that. We don't really have a lot of overlap. We have some, when I put in the fishermen data, you'll see. We don't have overlap with the Fish and Wildlife Agency, which is the next group here. They did it in 2014. They skipped 2015, but then did 2016 to 22. So if you looked at a regression analysis of those two data, the Chi-Council and the California Fish and Wildlife, that indicates that they are also not diminishing. In fact, that line says they go up. Anyway, I put that on there. Of course, the rainfall is the other thing that I was very interested in. I want to point out I was alive and well and farming up here in 1976-77, which was a tough drought when the rainfall went down below 10 inches per season in Kelseyville. And this is the rainfall year, September 1 to August 31. And it's reached that level again here. And when I put the fishermen's data on there, you see that they didn't catch any fish, any hitch during that time either. And so what you're seeing is on these two low lines here of the California Fish and Wildlife, we're into this extremely low rainfall data year. And so that's happened before. That's been one of the low things. But as you can see, there's other reasons why they're low. And of course, that's been talked about by many people. You know, the other competitive factors out in the lake, you know, the silver sides that we put out there to take care of the gnats, and they're competing for food with a hitch. There's also the bass that are eating the hitch and other competitive fish out there, as well as some predatory birds, which I'll show you a picture of in the next slide. So that's the data there, and I'll move over to the next slide if I can. If anybody's listening to change it. Aha. Okay, I said I had to shrink it down, so here's the rainfall data. It got shrunk here. There's the 50 inches, which was the maximum down here, and it was to accommodate the catch from the fishermen, which was much higher numbers, which forces down everything else because they're dealing with lower levels in their observations. Nevertheless, it shows you what's there, and if you did a regression analysis, that's this line, it really was not decreasing during this particular time frame. There were highs and lows, of course, and even it finished up here very low, extremely low for the last 4 or 5 years, it looks like. But if I could point out 76, 77, 76 has a 0 here for the catch, which goes up that far. It recovered and they were catching them again. 77, they actually did not do any fishing during that year. Maybe they couldn't even get their boats out, so there's actually no data for 77. That's one of the reasons it's down there. Moving on up here to where we are right now, extremely low rainfall year. You can see where we are with Fish and Wildlife. And anyway, their analysis shows that here's the results right here. There actually is a diminishing of the hitch population at that time as there was for the hitch. But you can see the rainfall has started to come back up. This is 2023, which is only partial year at this point. We're going to get probably maybe even as much as we've got already. So it's going to be up above the average line. And I expect from previous behavior that probably the hitch population is going to go up. We don't know if it'll do it the first year because, as we talked about, there's other things that affect the population. But nevertheless, it looks to me like the normal situation. It has ups and downs in the population. And, of course, these are not as big a populations as the Indians have experienced, or even I saw when I first moved up here in the 70s and 80s. I saw some pretty big hitch populations spawning in Kelsey Creek. But as been pointed out, we have a detention structure out there, which people talked about at the time, and they put a fish ladder in it. but it doesn't function as well as they thought, and somebody needs to be maintaining that a little better so that the more fish can get above the detention structure, spawn around Dorn Crossing up to the current bridge across the highway into Kelseyville. And that we've talked about a long time, because that is a clear obstacle that the hitch don't get by. We live up Kelsey Creek another mile further, and we've never seen hitch there. And we're back looking at the creek every day, really. So it's a complete barrier, and if you go look at it, you can see why. There's no way for very many fish to be able to get up there. So that needs to be worked on, and that would expand the area where the hitch could spawn very simply, really. So why aren't we doing that? Those two structures, working on those fish ladders. Next slide. We talked about one of the things I and my wife have to be going across the lake with some other people that had a boat in 2013, in October actually, and these were pelicans that were near the mouth of Kelsey Creek. And I don't spend a lot of time on the lake, but I have seen pelicans across the lake sometimes, not nearly so many, and I've seen them flying over. They're beautiful, but you don't see them all the time. But there were incredible numbers that particular year. And each one of those pelicans eats 2 to 4 pounds of fish per day per bird. So just imagine what they are eating there. So those are things that, other reasons why fish populations in general are diminished, really, that doesn't really have anything to do with groundwater pumping. Next slide. This is the last slide. Like I say, I like to see, and we have dates going back to 23. So here's 100 years of full bloom dates in the pear industry here. And as was talked about, we normally don't have to protect pears before full bloom, although that can vary a little bit. If it got really cold, sometimes we would protect some tissue ahead of that. But basically, full bloom is usually the time to start the frost season, and when they start to look like pears, we really have to be concerned about them. So frost season kind of in most years begins about full bloom. Full bloom here is 0, which is March 15th, and the average date is April 5th for full bloom. So things that are occurring below March 15th, we're basically not doing any pumping for. So I just wanted to point that out, and the hitch spawning season starts before that. We're not really doing any pumping. And so really the amounts of water that we're doing out of our pumps, for frost are pretty minimal. The Kelseyville pear industry, when I first moved up to Kelseyville, in all of Lake County, there were 5,000 acres of pears. Now there are 1,500 acres. So we're not pumping as much as we used to, or we're capable of doing then. Actually, we didn't have as many frost control systems by water in those days, but we moved into it. But there's not as many pears. There are more grapes, but the grapes come out a little later, and so presumably they're going to be not using quite as much. As far as the valley's concerned, they more or less have to deal with the same events, minus maybe 1 or 2 a year because they come out later. There's 10,000 acres of pears in Lake County, but a lot of those are on the slopes, and some of them aren't really on tributaries leading into Clear Lake. So, and they also are in warmer areas, and they don't even have frost control systems, many of them. So I think this business about attacking farmers for what they pump as a solution to the problem is in error, really, that we need to look at things that could be fixed quite easily and real reasons for this. I don't know that we're ever going to see this population come back because of the competitive factors that have showed up in the lake, but I think we're going to see it bounce back to what is currently normal for this day and age. So that's the end of my talk.
Okay, thank you. So do you think you're
David-
about 5 minutes, David, or do you want longer?
Shorter.
Okay.
Try to. I'm a farmer. I'd rather farm than talk. But thank you for having us. So I'm David Weiss, and I own Bella Vista Farming Company. We farm grapes and pears throughout the Big Valley area and other parts of Lake County, but entirely within Lake County. So we've been here for 30 years, and which is a far cry from the Windrams, let alone the Native American population that's here and has been here for thousands of years. So I have a very small perspective, but I think it's valuable. My concentration is about the proposition that groundwater pumping is affecting stream flows, and I disagree. And I want to remind the board that we just spent a huge amount of time and money preparing the groundwater sustainability plan. I was part of that group that advised the board on that. And what that report, if you haven't read it, is replete with many instances citing the inadequate data, but general conclusions that groundwater pumping is not affecting stream flow. I want to just talk for a minute about frost protection. Frost protection is limited and intermittent. It's not consistent, it's not constant. It changes year to year, week to week. It happens a few hours at a time, as Peter's discussed, on a few nights each year, and it totals less than 5% of the total spawning season. The impact on stream flows due to groundwater pumping is negligible. In that GSPAC, or the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, here are quotes that I've written down, a few just for, to illustrate the point. No significant correlation was identified between surface water depletion and groundwater elevation measurements. The magnitude of depletion relative to the measured stream flow is negligible. Based on currently available data, the effects of depletion seem to be small relative to available flow in the stream. Modeling, there's a model that was developed as part of the whole groundwater sustainability plan. Modeling results show that frost protection pumping has no measurable effect on depletions of surface water flows. In addition, when comparing the downstream to the upstream spring flows on Kelsey Creek for the period 2013 to 2020, there are no apparent differences that would indicate sudden surface water reduction indicative of frost protection events. The current evidence shows that the pattern of historical depletions has remained relatively stable over the past 30 years. However, the Clear Lake Hitch population counts, as reported by USGS and many others, have been declining without question over the last few years. Therefore, available evidence is not sufficient to establish a clear connection between groundwater depletions and the decline of the Clear Lake Hitch. So as all of this is being discussed and considered, the idea of putting through a curtailment on groundwater pumping for frost protection is preposterous. It's not going to help. One thing, if that happens, if there is a curtailment put in place, it's very unclear that it'll have any impact on the stream flow. It's very unlikely to save the hitch because of that. But what is clear and certain is that crops will be affected. There will be crop loss as a result of not being able to frost protect. And the other thing that I've looked into just recently as a result of all this is that our crop insurance coverage will not cover a loss that's a result of a government policy. So if there's a curtailment order placed, we're basically, without coverage at all. So I just want to make those points, and I certainly echo the comments that Peter made and the ones that Proc has made, and would be glad to answer questions if appropriate. I made it.
4:01.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we have to stop now? Do I have 3 minutes to wrap up, or do you want me to do it afterwards?
3 minutes?
No pressure. Okay, so just to, put a bow on from the Lake County Agriculture Advisory Committee, we are recommending that there's a no vote on the urgency. In the letter that I sent you, we had several things that we thought needed to be addressed, one of which was looking at all the tributaries, which has been discussed earlier, and their uniqueness and what can happen there. I looked through found a number of reports, starting as early as 2009, really extensive reports about the hitch. This is not a new conversation by any means, and I didn't go back to the last century. I thought I'd start in the 21st century. One in 2009, a fabulous report put together by Robinson Rancheria Environmental Center, talking about the habitat restoration and the predators. Another one that was done by the Biological Diversity, Center for Biological Diversity, that spoke a lot about barriers. And their last sentence was, remediation of barriers require coordination with Fish and Wildlife Services, California Department of Fish and Game, the tribes, tribal organizations, Caltrans, and Lake County and private landowners. As has been said before, in a lot of these conversations that have already happened, Ag was not invited to be at the table. So certainly in conversations going forward, we want to be part of the solution of having this conversation. In the last report that I found that was very extensive, 378 pages, that was put together by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, in that report, 4 times there was a list of 14 bullet points of things that can be done, should be done right away to help support the hitch survival. And with that was a very extensive evaluation of 10 of the tributaries, what needed to happen. This was in 2014. So a wonderment is, why is this still a list? And that it hasn't been implemented. And then one thing I found in my Googling wizardry was that from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, there's a fisheries restoration grant. I found that 25 projects were granted this year. Lake County was not one of them. So I challenge the Fish and Wildlife, if Lake County is important, and I think that it is, and I think that the life of the hitch is important, let's see them put some money behind it. So just to sum up, that our recommendation is that there's a no vote for the county proclamation at this time. We, the Lake County agricultural community, welcome the opportunity to partner with the county, state agencies, the tribal representatives to create an equitable solution and with the active participation of all the stakeholders to help make sure that the hitch survive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's 4:05. How long? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 4:10. It's okay. All right. We're at 4:14. We're coming back from our break. If everyone could please have a seat, we can get started again. I want to remind our presenters that we're going to try and stick to the 10 minutes so that we can get through this material. I know we had 2 longer presenters, so any of the earlier presenters, if you have more to add during public comment, feel free to come up during that time and add if there's information that you wanted to go a little deeper into. Okay, Marina, who's our next presenter?
Yes, hello, I'm gonna share my screen again so folks can see. I believe we have Eric Sklar, the chair of our Blue Ribbon Commission for the Rehabilitation of Clear Lake. I believe he is in the room.
Oh, wait,
Is that correct?
Marina, are you from the Water Board? We have the State Water Board already sitting up here.
Okay, perfect.
They're in
Then scratch that. We are going to go with Jessica Bean, Environmental Program Director for the State Water Resources Control Board, and I believe she is also joined by a colleague. So feel free to do proper introductions while I throw up your presentation.
Yes, my name is Jessica Bean. I am with the State Water Resources Control Board, and I have with me my colleague, John Murphy, who's also with the State Water Board. And Marina, you can just jump to the second slide. Thank you so much. So just a really quick introduction to the California Water Boards. There's 1 state water board and 9 regional water boards. We are regulatory agencies. We protect water quality. We regulate drinking water. We administer water rights, and we provide financial and technical assistance throughout the state. Next slide, please. In terms of the California Water Board's work in Lake County thus far, it's primarily been focused on by our Central Valley Water Quality Control Board, which is the gray area, Region 5 right there, covers a pretty substantial area. And their work has been on total maximum daily loads, TMDLs, irrigated lands program, and waste discharge requirements. And they are also participating in the Blue Ribbon Panel. So what we are here for today is really leaning on the water rights component that we do administer water rights in the state for surface water. And that has to do with managing flows. When we administer water rights, we do have to take into consideration balancing of beneficial uses, including public trust needs, which includes flows for fish. And so we're here today protecting the hitch. We're hearing that everyone here today is interested in protecting the hitch, even though there may be some differences of opinions on why we're here or how to do that. And really, we need everybody's help. That's that coordination we've heard so much about. Next slide, please. So we have received a lot of data so far. We're looking for more data. We've been analyzing it. We were also alerted to this issue in early December, so it's very fast and moving quickly. We are hearing that there are a variety of creeks with different issues, but what we're going to focus on for our immediate efforts from the Water Board's perspective are these 5 creeks of interest, which is Kelsey, Adobe, Manning, Cole, and Middle. Next slide, please. And you've seen this slide a bit earlier, but really one of the things that we do at the State Water Board is we collect annual water use reporting data. And this is the 2021 reported data for the Clear Lake area. And what you're seeing is the green dots, the size of the dot is a larger diversion. And as you can see, they're definitely along the variety of creeks. There's a variety of uses as well that are reported to us. So if you're looking at some of the blue dots are being reported as frost protection, irrigation and frost protection, and also stock watering. The green is just for general irrigation. And again, this is annual water use reporting for surface water diversions. Next slide, please. When you look at those diversions and we break this down into how people are reporting, we're seeing the red circles indicate that in the reports, we're being specifically told that they're using the water for frost protection. And then in the yellow circles is indicating spring irrigation. So that could be frost protection, that could be spring irrigation. It's not specific to us. We don't quite know. So this is the general data that we're looking at. And I do want to preface that one of the issues we have with reported data is that we don't have a high frequency of the data being reported. It is a big gap for us. So we can't tell you a lot of information and details about this. It's only what's reported to us after we have gone through it. Next slide, please. So this is some primary land use data that we have pulled together through our analysis. And as you can see, the purple color indicates vineyards, which is the predominant crop. And then you have your fruits and nuts, which are in the red color. And then the gray area would be urban use. And then obviously we have other uses in the area too. But I think the purple and red jump out at us as well as the gray. Next slide, please. And so I jump here to data needs and other questions because I just really quickly went through our slides on that. And we are having a listening session on February 1st where we'll go into greater detail about these pieces of data that I'm showing you. But really, we just have a lot of questions, and a lot of that does revolve around groundwater. We regulate surface water, and so we have some data on that. However, we do need more. But in addition to that, we do not have a lot of groundwater data at an adequate scale that we can make determinations on. We need to be able to look at information on a specific level, and sometimes aggregated data that we're seeing in maybe groundwater sustainability plans doesn't allow us to do an independent verification of these things. And for us to make a determination as a regulatory agency, we need to be able to have good, high-quality data to make decisions and have them be enforceable. So we're looking for things like diversion volumes and timing rates. We do want to know about groundwater surface water interactions, both how to identify those and measure those. We can get some of that through knowing where well locations are, obtaining well logs, depths to screens, the size, pumping rates, pumping tests, this kind of information. We're also looking for groundwater quality. You heard it mentioned the potential for an immediate action could be to pump water from a groundwater well and put it into the stream, which seems a little bit backwards if you're thinking about if groundwater is the issue, then if you're pumping into the stream, you're taking water out. But for an immediate need to get just enough to get the fish down, that could be an option. We are hearing that there may be groundwater quality issues that could prevent that. And so we are looking for groundwater quality. And so we're looking for folks who would be interested in sharing any water quality information they've collected to us. We're also looking on needs for more flow gauges. We want to know about the temperature, timing of frost protection actions. What are the resources we can look at, again, to independently verify the information that we're hearing, because there are different points of view and different conclusions that folks are coming to right now. So we're also looking for historical records or logs of fish kills and fish rescues, again, frost protection dates, and then any other information people feel could be valuable. Next slide, please. So from the State Water Board's perspective, we're looking at a two-pronged solution, essentially. We're looking at immediate things we can do to help the hitch, very quick projects, things that can be undertaken quickly, and then long-term actions, because we do recognize this is a longer-term problem that we're not going to be able to fix in a year or 2 or 5 even. And so I just mentioned the fact that we need better data to understand the problem and potential solutions. We do plan to do some enforcement in the area. We have an enforcement team at the water boards, specifically looking at illegal diversions. We've heard that there may be a cannabis component to this for illegal cannabis grows. We have some enforcement staff specifically looking into cannabis, and we are, from the board's perspective, going to commit resources to come and do enforcement in the area on things like surface water diversions that may be illegal. We're also going to be working with our Department of Fish and Wildlife counterparts to look at some of the areas and things where there may be overlap between enforcement actions. For this year, we're looking at voluntary actions to keep water in the creeks. I'll go into those a little bit more detail in a moment. Again, collaboration. We really want to get effective solutions and make sure we're getting the messages to all the folks that are out there that need to hear it. And then we are a regulatory agency, and so if going through voluntary actions and this process doesn't work, there may be the need for regulations, and we can talk about what that looks like in a couple more slides. Next slide, please. Again, I went through the enforcement component a bit, but I do want to mention a few other things in addition to cannabis and diversions. There could be illegal reservoirs and water storage. I mentioned that reporting is a problem. We're seeing issues where we have a lot of data we're not getting, and so we'll be looking pretty closely at that. Are there people diverting but not providing that data to us, and can we get them to give us the data that we need? Again, coordinated with Fish and Wildlife. Next slide. The voluntary actions that we're looking at based on some potential solutions we're hearing from would be, reducing diversions or pumping, again, surface water diversions or groundwater pumping, coordinating diversion and pump timing if that is something that we find is causing the problem, potentially alternate frost protection methods, pump backs, which I've already discussed, and any other ideas that folks have. We want to hear about those, bring them to the table. I will say that we're hearing a lot about potential stream bed maintenance projects, things like that may be an option. That is not under our purview, but it's definitely something we'd be interested in coordinating with Fish and Wildlife and other folks on. Next slide, please. Again, mentioned this, but going into a little bit more detail, we really would love to see coordinated local solutions if there are folks that are willing to step forward and help us get the data that we need, or share the messaging. Also, sharing data with neighbors. Sometimes folks just, some folks may be talking really well, but others may not, and knowing what that is. We also need to help identifying who needs the most help. We don't know the area as well as you do, and so we want to know, are there smaller farms that maybe could use more support than others, but just identifying some of those hard-to-reach folks. And then one thing we have for a long-term question is there interest in off-stream storage ponds for some of the folks that are diverting from the stream, and that would be something that we'd like to talk to folks about. Next slide. Going into the regulatory component, again, in terms of how water rights work in California, folks who want to divert from a surface water stream do need to get a permit, and they do not own that water, but they have the right to use that water. And there are other beneficial uses that have to be considered in that. And so we want to make sure that water is being used beneficially. And so we need good, timely information on that. Again, we talked about size of diversions, groundwater use, reporting violations. We do have the Cal EPA reporting portal. If folks believe there is a diversion that is illegal, they can report that. It'll come to us and we can investigate it. Again, coordinating with CDFW and long-term frost protection is something that we've heard about. These are all some of the questions we're asking when we're thinking about what kind of actions could we take. If we don't get the data we need to make the decisions, there is the potential for an information order. So that would be a regulatory mechanism that we could use a little bit more quickly to specifically get information about groundwater use and locations and things like that we don't currently have access to. So ideally, we would get that voluntarily, but that is a mechanism we could use if we felt the need to. In addition to long-term frost protection, there are other types of regulatory elements, but to be honest, we don't believe we have enough of the information nor the capacity to put one of those into place immediately. So we don't see that happening this year, but it is something that could potentially happen if we're not seeing success in voluntary actions next year or maybe the year after that. Next slide. Just to remind folks, it is early in the effort, and there are a lot of drivers to this. We're hearing it's complex. There are a lot of variables, so we're certainly not interested in pointing fingers at any one potential issue. The water boards, however, are coming at this from water supply perspective, at least from the state water board, and so that's where a lot of our focus is going to be on. But we do want to find solutions, and we don't want the uncertainty to lead to extinction. So that is something that is extremely important to us. Next slide. Quickly, we've already started this work. We're doing a lot of engagement. We've been meeting with some of the representatives from the tribes, also coordinating with federal, state, and local folks. We have been meeting with county representatives as well, and doing community engagement, working to meet with the farmers and different agricultural interests in the area. And then we've held some public listening sessions as well. Next slide, please. What we're asking from community members is to commit to specific voluntary actions, consider becoming a local coordinator to help keep up momentum. That local coordinator does not have a definition. We're looking for folks that are just willing to step up and help to make some of these things a reality. We're looking for data sharing and help with answering our questions and connecting with hard-to-reach folks. I'm getting close to the end, but really we'd love to be invited to other meetings where we can have the ability to provide our information to folks, work directly and speak with people so that we can make those connections on a one-to-one scale. Next slide. We did have a listening session last week, and then we're here right now, and we do have an upcoming listening session. So if anyone is interested in participating, this information is on our website, but we encourage you to attend. There will be a presentation, but a large opportunity for discussion. Next slide. And what I do want to point out is that if you're interested in keeping up to date on what we're doing, you can email us at clearlakehitch@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can sign up for our email update list. We have a sheet right out in front here for anyone who is interested today to just provide your email. We'll sign you up today. There's also a QR code if you want to use your phone to get to our website. And we are done. Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Absolutely.
So with this, we've heard from many different stakeholders today, and we've gotten a lot of different, we've got a lot of information. And it seems like you are going to be sort of the collecting body of all of this. Is that true?
Well, I wouldn't say we're the collecting body of all the information, but what we are trying to do is be able to independently verify what we're seeing. People are showing graphs and charts, and they're telling us, here is what we're seeing, and we want to be able to verify that. It needs to be reproducible so that we can see those same things. Again, for us, there's the water component. There's also hydrogeology and a lot of issues like that. There's so I wouldn't say we're going to be the collector of all data, but we need a lot of it to be able to make our decisions. So what we want to do is not necessarily be a repository. We want folks to share information with us so that we can work with them to compare data, and we want to be able to model things. We're hearing there's a model for the groundwater sustainability plan. We'd like to see that model, see how it works, have our folks who are experts on these things as well get in there, dig around, see what they can find out. Because again, this has to be, if we as a regulatory agency were put in a position to take regulatory action, it has to be defensible. And so for us, it really does need that scientific basis. And that there are many different ways to look at data. There are narrative components, which are very important. I think Luis went into that a lot, into the biological component, but we need to get that information. So for us, maybe we are collecting it. I wouldn't say we're going to be the holder of the data, where if people want to come to us, they're going to get it, because we're not fish biologists. So we certainly wouldn't want to be the ones talking about that. We are not cultural experts, so we wouldn't want to be the ones having that discussion, but we need to be aware of the data.
So given the urgency of this, and that's been mentioned many times throughout today, what is the timeline that you're looking at for all this data collection?
That's a very good question. Yesterday, it's a horrible response, but really as quickly as possible. Ideally, we have reached out to folks. They are starting, data's trickling in, and it's really as quickly as we can also analyze it, which takes some time. But ideally, if they're going to start spawning or running potentially, in February, we would like to be able to see progress immediately, and we're not sure what's going to happen with that. The storms may have provided us with a bit of a buffer. It's unclear right now. Last year we saw what happened. Wonderful snowpack, wonderful water supply, diminished very quickly, and that could go away quickly. So we don't want there to be an idea that, oh, we're okay because we had the rains, we can push it off. So that's definitely where we're coming from, but as quickly as possible.
Okay, so you're looking for input, looking for collaboration, looking for short-term strategies, long-term strategies. So is there a local working group that is being facilitated that people can join, or how does that look?
That's a good question. We don't have a specific local working group right now because we've just started to identify who the folks are, but there's a lot of folks who have been working on this for a long time already, and so we are identifying those groups. We have an implementation team within the state agencies and some of the key players that are working on the data collaboration and sharing those types of aspects. If it makes sense to have a group that does that, we would be interested in facilitating it. So it's an idea that we'll take back. But I think one area of concern that I have is because of the different competing ideas, that sometimes it's easier for us to meet with folks independently. And then we have the listening sessions where we bring folks together, and that's where we can have the discussion and dialogue. But for the long term, I could see having a group like that. However, I don't want to start another group if there's already a local group doing these types of things, and we're hearing that there are a lot of discussions happening. So it might make better sense for us to piggyback off of those. We're only one agency, right, and our purview is narrow relative to some of the broader things that are happening with, fish and wildlife, the county's efforts, things of that.
Okay. Anybody else from the board? Supervisor Crandall?
Just one quick thing. I was glad to hear that you're going to move forward some resources to help with illegal grows, because in my opinion, I feel like that's an unchecked situation that is also causing a hindrance to all of this and kind of putting us all in a position to be kind of like, basically, fighting over resources, if it makes sense. But I don't know the amount. None of us know the amount of how much water they're diverting. I just know there is a lot of illegal grows. And we have one person that does that work in the county. And so we've been talking to different agencies that could help with that. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to be doing that, because if we can get that situation under control, that could help with that and many other things. So I just wanted to add that.
And I actually had that comment too. When you're talking about enforcement, are you going to be looking at the entire watershed for these creeks? Because the communities upstream, for example, Kelsey Creek, in Kelseyville, we're seeing these problems with the hitch, but it starts in my community at the top of the watershed. And there's a lot going on in between the community of Cobb at the headwaters and down here in Big Valley.
Yeah, so we're taking a look at basically everything that feeds into Clear Lake. So pretty broad approach. So there's like over 200 water right holders that we're looking at. And basically we're just going through every water right and ensuring that they're in compliance with the permit, ensuring that they're reporting as they should. And those who aren't, we're following up on various enforcement actions. So basically if it drains into Clear Lake, we're taking a look at it at the moment, both in cannabis side and non-cannabis.
But you're prioritizing those 4 creeks?
The 5 creeks we're prioritizing, so mostly Adobe, Kelsey, Manning, Cole, and Middle are the 5 creeks that we're prioritizing. But in general, we are kind of looking at everything into Clear Lake anyway.
Okay. Supervisor Spatier?
So you mentioned water rights and you mentioned enforcement. And what I have not heard, nor do I see in this presentation, is anyone discussing or any representation from Yolo County Flood Control. They have the rights not only to the lake, but the streams feeding into the lake as well, as I understand, since it fills up the lake. What can you do to help us to get them to be here? Because they're not here.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't think we've reached out to Yolo County just yet, but yeah, my understanding is Yolo County has some senior water rights that they're appropriated, and so that is going to be a difficulty. But at this time, I don't think we've reached out to Yolo County, but that's something we can take back and look into. Val, have we looked into Yolo County? No, nothing with Yolo County just yet, but we're aware of the water rights.
Because I know that we are under a decree on how lake water can be utilized, especially for agriculture. And their lack of presence here, I'd like to know, is that a breach of what we have agreed upon? Because to me, we all need to take the responsibility that we own, and I do not see them. And I'd love to see them here and be involved in this conversation.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Thank you. And we can move on to the next presentation. What?
I'm not sure if Mr. Sklar's here.
He is.
He is, he's in the back.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, all right.
Marina, is the Blue Ribbon Committee next?
Yes, Chair Pyska, that is correct. Eric Sklar, the chair of the Blue Ribbon Committee, is next.
Good afternoon, Chair Pyska and supervisors. I'm Eric Sklar, 13333 Big Canyon Road. I'm a member of the California Fish and Game Commission, and at the request of Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot, I chair the Blue Ribbon Committee for the Restoration of Clear Lake, the BRC. My fellow Fish and Game Commissioner, Erica Zavaleta, did a great job of representing the Commission. I don't have anything to add other than to endorse her comments about the Commission's role and say how proud I am of the Commission kick-started this effort back in August and through our meetings in October and December, and I'm glad that we're moving fast. I know it's not fast enough. It's complicated with all these different state agencies. In the end, it takes all of us to do this together. So I'm really here today as the chair of the BRC, not as a Fish and Game Commissioner representative. And I want to thank all the members of the Commission for their hard work over the past months, including Sarah Ryan, who was here today, and members of the board who've served on the committee. I know Supervisor Green is joining us shortly. I'm going to give the usual caveat that I'm not speaking for the committee and anything that might happen in the future, but we wanted to be here today to say that given that the critical status of the Clear Lake Hitch is a top priority of the BRC and, as you know, of the Fish and Game Commission as well. At our meeting tomorrow of the BRC, we'll discuss sending a letter to the governor, our state senator, our assembly member, and others, urging further action, including but not limited to the following: an emergency listing under the Federal Endangered Species Act by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Any activities that are that you guys asked for us in the proclamation, if you pass it today. Voluntary reductions in water diversions impacting spawning grounds. Immediate restoration of existing fish patches on Kelsey Creek, and removal of barriers for spawning and other Clear Lake, Kelsey Creek and other Clear Lake spawning tributaries. It's important to know that the BRC is not designed for emergency action, and it's not a regulatory or statutory body, but we are a great convener. And so one of the things that we'll talk about, which was brought up in the last presentation, is possibly providing a facilitator who can be a regular coordinator of all these different groups, because there's a real possibility that one hand won't know what the other's doing, and we need to have that coordination. We have a facilitator who's terrific, and if the committee agrees, we can make that facilitator from Sacramento State available to help with this. The BRC can continue to be a forum for outreach and coordination and education. Furthermore, over the long run, the committee's real work is to restore the lake so that this is solved over the long run. We've got to look at short-term solutions over the coming weeks, not months, but weeks. But over the long run, we want to work with the supervisors and with these other organizations so that over the long run, restore the lake so all the tributaries are functioning properly, so the lake is clean, deal with invasive species that are predators of the hitch and other native species. And so we just wanted to be here today to say that we look forward to seeing if you have a proclamation that includes a request from the committee, which we'll respond to in our meeting tomorrow. So we'll be watching to the end of the meeting to see what you'd like us to do. And I do want to mention one thing that was brought up by the ag groups, and I'm sorry if they feel that they haven't been included. I'm a farmer. I've been growing grapes for 45 years. And I'm the chair of the BRC, and I'm 20% of the Fish and Game Commission. So you've already got some agricultural representation on those bodies. And all the meetings are publicly noticed and are open to the public. We did have a member of the representative of the Farm Bureau from Lake County at the BRC meetings regularly early on, and I haven't seen anybody from there for a while, so I'd encourage the ag community to send somebody. But I just want to thank the supervisors for really taking a lead in this, keeping us all moving on it. You got to keep kicking us because there are a lot of groups involved, and if we're going to get something done in the next weeks, it's going to be incumbent on all of us to keep pushing. So thank you very much for the effort.
Thank you. I believe we might be at our last presentation. Is that right? There she is.
That is correct.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, well, you guys are not done hearing from me just yet. Hi, everyone. Marina Delajanis, Deputy Water Resources Director for the Lake County Water Resources Department and Watershed Protection District. I would like to just take this time to start out and thank you to all of our presenters for being able to provide this information, and folks that have remained with us via Facebook, Granicus, Zoom, and in the board chambers. We acknowledge it's a lot of information, but we hope it's good information, and I can vouch for that. So I want to just start us off with just overlying really quick the role of the Water Resources Department. Our staff works awfully hard. As you can see, we wear many hats in our department. So I want to give a big thank you and kudos to the Water Resources team. What we are tasked with here in the Lake County Water Resources Department is the protection and preservation of Clear Lake, California's largest natural lake. And with that, as you can see, I've highlighted some programs here, programs and projects that we in the department oversee that compile and actually reach this goal of the protection and preservation with Clear Lake. The ones I have highlighted to me are the ones that directly impact the Clear Lake Hitch. When we talk about protection and preservation, you have to think of all aspects, right? So whether it be about the environmental, also advocating for those that don't have a voice, specifically the hitch, right? And then also the economic aspect of it as well. So some of the specific programs and projects that we oversee with the Water Resources Department includes aquatic plant management, aids to navigation, groundwater monitoring and management, specifically as it relates to California Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which I will be, excuse me, I just dropped my water bottle, discussing later on in the presentation, lake bed management, Highland Springs Recreation Area, stormwater management, surface water quality monitoring, environmental education and outreach. We love to talk about our lake and share any data that we have and information regarding such. And then the Middle Creek Restoration Project. So with this, as you can imagine, it definitely takes a lot of coordination and collaboration with folks from tribal entities, state and federal levels, and local groups as well. So I definitely want to give thanks to those folks that we actively engage with. So I'm going to highlight some of these key projects that I've talked about specifically, again, as it relates to our Clear Lake Hitch. So the first part I want to touch upon is Highland Springs and Adobe Reservoir. So we at the Watershed Protection District are tasked with overseeing Highland Springs and Adobe Reservoir, both of the reservoirs and the 2 dams associated with such. That is because it is a flood control structure. So Highland Creek specifically, you can see some information here. So this is an earth-filled dam with a maximum height of 61 feet and a length of 510 feet. You can see information here regarding the primary spillway, the storage, and then the secondary spillway as well. The primary spillway limits outflow to Highland Creek to 560 CFS. And as EPA Director for Big Valley Rancheria, Sarah Ryan stated, we are in the process of placing a transducer, collaborating with Big Valley Rancheria, and we're hoping to bring that MOU before the board in early February. So once we are able to actually put that in place, that's going to be really exciting for us to be able to see that data and be able to share that data specifically with the community. So just highlighting a little bit about the operations of our Highland Creek Reservoir and the dam operations. So the primary spillway limits the Highland Creek to 560 CFS as shared. When inflow exceeds the outflow, the reservoir levels increase. The stored water is detained until inflow reduces to below outflow. This reduces the peak flows downstream and reduces flood risk. All while flows are reduced, high flows are prolonged. So again, the goal of this is flood risk reduction and flood management, hence the reason we operate these 2 structures. Now jumping on over to Adobe Creek Reservoir. This is also an earth-filled dam with a maximum height of 23 feet and a length of 1,300 feet. Highlighting on some of the key operations of our Adobe Creek Dam. The primary spillway limits outflow to Adobe Creek to 940 cubic feet per second, CFS, also known as. When inflow exceeds the outflow, reservoir levels increase. The stored water is detained until inflow reduces to below outflow. So as we are talking about flood control, so our Watershed Protection District, and you may notice that I'm using Water Resources Department and Watershed Protection District interchangeably. I'm hoping I'm not throwing too many people off with that. Same department, same team members on board, just wearing different hats in terms of what we are tasked with and our authority, et cetera. So the Watershed Protection District is tasked with the operation and management of the levees in the Upper Basin. Folks may be familiar with this as it relates to our Upper Lake community. So what our O&M activities include and that we're tasked with is levee patrolling, especially during and after high water events. You may have noticed our team members out there, whether it be at 2 or 3 a.m. when peak flows were occurring, or just during the business hours of doing routine monitoring of our levee infrastructure and working very closely with our department, our Public Works Department as well. If need be, we are tasked with coordinating with our operation, emergency services, and other emergency responders as it relates to flood fight. We do work very closely with the California Department of Water Resources, who provides training once a year to our staff, and we invite other folks from tribal entities and local entities as well to participate in that training, because we all know, and it has been a reoccurring theme in this discussion, is all hands on deck. We also are tasked with mowing of the grasses on the levee, control of weeds and herbicides, removal of excess woody growth, that includes trees and bushes within the levee easements, maintenance of levee roads, and removal and trimming of trees and brush within creek's active channel area, and periodic removal of sediment deposits. Now, that all may seem a lot easier said than done. Some of our biggest barriers that we've been tasked with over the years is, of course, lack of funding. So we are not a part of the general fund. We do have different zones of benefits. All this information is public information and is shared, of course, during mid-years and budgets. You can see the revenue that does come in for these different zones, including our zone that operates and oversees the budget of our levee system. So the amount of funding and revenue revenue that we are able to bring in through taxes is very minimal compared to the cost of operation. So this has been a longstanding issue since at least 1999. The last successful increase in revenue was in 1999 when we were able to hold a vote and approve a special benefit assessment. In the past, we have tried to conduct this. We've tried to do a reassessment as we know that costs increase. What we are tasked with from Army Corps of Engineers and our friends at DWR, they come out and do inspections twice a year. The requirements have gone up as well, and we know that takes a lot of resources. So we've tried to hold these, increase the zone of benefits and the revenue in these areas in the most recent years, but we have been unsuccessful. So this creates a barrier due to the amount of funding that it takes to maintain these facilities and the revenue that we bring in. Another barrier that we've encountered in terms of the operation and maintenance of our levee system includes the permitting requirements. We have a stream bed alteration agreement, also referred to as SAA. We love acronyms in the water world. I've said that once, and I'll continue to say that again. And there's different requirements that we have to follow. So going through the process of getting this stream bed alteration agreement, we work very closely with our friends at California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They're the ones that issue these permits. Of course, that takes a good chunk of change to issue apply for that permit. And then we also have very strict requirements of when we can actually go out in the creek. And on top of that, of course, it takes close collaboration with our friends in the tribal consultation areas to ensure that we are handling any sort of tribal sensitive material in the most appropriate manner. And then just the permitting requirements as it relates to hitch habitat. Now, the objective is, when we go out there and we're able to operate and maintain the creeks, you're removing gravel and vegetation, which we all understand could be hitch barriers. Now, moving on to another project as it relates to flood control and also hitch habitat. Once implemented, we are still in the planning stages of our Middle Creek flood damage reduction and ecosystem restoration project, another mouthful, but we also refer to it as our Middle Creek flood control project. So this takes close collaboration with folks in the state level, federal level, and local level, including tribal governments as well. This area ultimately is reclaiming that those levee systems that were constructed in the 1900s and restoring this area back to wetland habitat. Once we were actually able to plan and implement this Middle Creek restoration project, not only will it reduce flood risk to the Upper Lake community, it's also going to be improving our water quality. As you can see a little snippet here, this project area is connected to the Scotts Creek and Middle Creek, two of the largest tributaries that flow into our beautiful lake. And this will reduce phosphorus offloading into Clear Lake by 71%. But most importantly, this will also provide hitch habitat for our Clear Lake Hitch friends by restoring that area back to wetlands, connecting Scotts Creek and Middle Creek in a more accessible format to this wetland habitat that some of the predators may not be able to reach for the Clear Lake Hitch. Lakebed management. So our department is also tasked with lakebed management per the State Lands Commission. So one aspect I would like to touch upon regarding lakebed management is we take in all the permits for anything that is constructed or placed within our lake. That is lake port of 7.79 feet Rumsey. I won't dive deep into Rumsey right now, but there's a lot of great information on Rumsey and then all this material that has been presented during my slides on our water resources website, which I have a link to at the end of this discussion. So with that, we have worked very closely with CDFW for the past few years to modify our lakebed encroachment permitting process to reduce any impacts that the development and repair and installation of these lakebed structures may have on specifically the Clear Lake Hitch habitat. How have we done that? One is constant communication, education, and engagement with the consultants and the contractors that develop on the lake, with the parcel owners. And then most importantly, we have required that every encroachment permit that comes in for lakebed permitting completes a supplemental environmental questionnaire. And we worked again very closely with our friends at CDFW to develop this specifically to the Clear Lake Hitch habitat. So what this questionnaire does is, as folks apply for this permit, we are able to gain a better idea of the project-specific location. And not only do we have them fill this out, but we at Water Resources go out there and fact check everything that is on this questionnaire. We send all this information to CDFW because there is a work window that we have consultants and contractors strictly follow due to the Clear Lake Hitch spawning habitat. Again, it takes a lot of close collaboration and coordination with different entities. I just would like to highlight that aspect and those modifications that we have done and will continue to do. Now, groundwater has come up a lot during this discussion, so I would like to highlight just a few information and bits and pieces of material that were outlined in our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan. If you want to read the 890 pages, I have the link here of our GSP. I think it's an interesting read, but if not, I would just like to briefly cover our GDEs. The link is here. It is currently in review from the California Department of Water Resources, who is tasked with overseeing the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which we have one priority basin in our county that complies with SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which is our Big Valley basin. Now, our Big Valley GSP was approved by our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency, GSA, which also serves as the Board of Directors of the Watershed Protection District and your Board of Supervisors, who I am speaking to. So just very quickly, I have two slides here regarding groundwater dependent ecosystems, another acronym. Don't worry, there's not going to be a quiz at the end of this. GDEs. So GDEs are defined as ecological communities or species that depend on groundwater emerging from aquifers or on groundwater occurring near the ground surface. So SGMA outlines very clearly what we have to develop in our GSP, and basically the focus is to avoid undesirable results. All of this information is on our Water Resources website and on the the DWR website regarding SGMA. So the identification of GDEs can be performed by assessing whether a habitat would exist if groundwater levels were deeper than the root zone. If the answer is no, then it is a GDE. If the answer is yes, the ecosystem would exist if groundwater levels were deeper, then it is not a GDE, and that is important. So the identification of GDEs for our Big Valley Basin relied on the natural communities commonly associated with groundwater, another acronym, NCCAG database. All this information is linked. The NCCAG database was developed by a working group composed of the California Department of Water Resources, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Nature Conservancy. So I have here figure 2.58. It's here on the right. It's a map. I apologize if it's small, but all of these slides will be available to the public via the meeting minutes and etc. So figure 2-58 shows the habitat locations identified by the NCCAG database within our Big Valley Basin. Wetlands are identified along most of the tributaries to Clear Lake, including Adobe Creek, Kelsey Creek, Manning Creek, Thompson Creek, Hill Creek, and Coal Creek. Riparian mixedwood hardwood habitat, which is 4.52 acres, is identified along the downstream section of Kelsey Creek. This is 2-58 inset one, so this little inset map right here. And then Fremont cottonwood habitat, which is 6.9 acres, is identified upstream of Adobe Creek Reservoir, which is inset 2 of figure 2-58. It should be noted that the identified GDEs along Kelsey Creek may also benefit from access to surface water. You can see that from figure 2-59 here. Similarly, the GDEs above Adobe Creek Reservoir may also benefit from access to seepage from the reservoir. So here, figure 2-59, these are the GDEs along Kelsey Creek. Upstream section is the proximity of Main Street Bridge, which is to the left, and then section to the proximity of the groundwater recharge structure, which is overseen by the Watershed Protection District. So here is a map that is also located, if you guys are wanting to go back to our Big Valley GSP, this is found in Chapter 2, GSP, page 104, specifically PDF, page 152. So figure figure 2-62 shows the observed depth to groundwater and wells in the proximity of the two identified GDEs along Kelsey Creek and above Adobe Creek Reservoir. Spring depths are typically about 10 to 20 feet BGS, which is consistent with groundwater levels shown in figure 2-24, which I do not have pictured here, that is located in our Big Valley GSP. Summer depth, as we know, to groundwater can vary across observed wells, ranging from anywhere from 25 to 50 feet BGS. This larger variability in the summer may be due to the effects of groundwater extraction during dry periods. I would like to note, as stated in our Big Valley GSP, there are no apparent long-term trends of either declining or increasing groundwater levels, suggesting stable groundwater conditions exist in the vicinity of Kelsey Creek groundwater-dependent ecosystems between the data we have collected and analyzed, ranging from 1985 and 2018. Figure 2-62 shows which shows a different trend between 1965 and 2019, suggests groundwater declining in the area prior to 1985. I would also like to note that the nearest well to the GDEs above Adobe Creek Reservoir is about 1/2 mile to the east. Spring depth to groundwater in the well is 70 to 90 feet BGS, while summer groundwater depths are typically 100 to 100 feet BGS. Note that because of the long distance to the nearest well, the observed groundwater depths may not be indicative of the groundwater around the GDE's location. And that leads me to another aspect that we have highlighted in our Big Valley GSP is data gaps. We acknowledge that this was a quick process. This was a quick timeline to develop our GSP. I definitely want to give thanks and appreciation to our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee and the expert consultants and hydrologists that help us develop our GSP. With that, we outlined different data gaps, one being what I just recently stated. So what are we doing to repair some of those data gaps? We are actively moving forward with the repairment of some of these data gaps and filling in these data gaps to ensure that we have the best available data. Again, this definitely takes a lot of close collaboration and efforts. Really looking forward to our continued efforts in collaboration with Big Valley Rancheria. Sarah shared some awesome research that they have done, and I know Water Resources as well has been doing some active work, and we are continuing those efforts for groundwater monitoring. I also want to give thanks to the state who have continued to support us in the development of our GSP and our compliance with SGMA. One recent effort that we have completed is the technical support services from our friends through DWR. This is support services from our friends at the state that we have taken advantage of, and that they are actually expediting our application for 2 of our wells, including what you can see them highlighted here, which one being well 008-026-19. This is a parcel close-up, and then also well 024-201-15. Now, these wells are located again on Kelsey Creek and Adobe Creek. The purpose of this is to aid in the recent high-profile efforts to save the Clear Lake Hitch. And again, we are hoping that these wells are installed and the monitoring is able to begin by summer of this year. And we do have, I just would like to go back that we also do have 7 additional wells with that TSS application throughout the Big Valley Basin that the state is planning on moving us forward with come later in the year or early 2024. But they did expedite our request to monitor those 2 wells, one on Adobe Creek and one on Kelsey Creek. So that's exciting. Super excited for that. Now, again, as I wrap up, I understand we've thrown a lot of information, but I do just want to commend again the efforts that local entities have done, the state and federal agencies have done as well. On behalf of Water Resources, we're committed to continued the prioritization and protection of our Clear Lake Hitch and the habitat and conservation efforts, including collaboration and such with local, state, and federal agencies, including our friends from tribal entities as well. We have been prioritizing hitch habitat protection conservation, but as everyone has said here, it definitely takes a group effort, and I'm really excited that this item is coming before the board to continue to gain the encouragement, momentum, and support for such. I would also like to end on a different note as well, so stating that since 2015, this isn't new for us here in Water Resources. We have prioritized the hitch. We have continued to prioritize hitch habitat and conservation and doing all that we can to do such. Since 2015, our district has applied for over to over $10 million in grant monies through different state and federal agencies for hitch habitat and conservation, and have been unsuccessful to date multiple times. And this is through different state and federal agency grant applications. We've also completed follow-up with the grantor to see how we can modify these grant applications that we have developed, made such revisions, and still have been unsuccessful for applying for a variety of different programs and projects through these funding opportunities. So hoping to continue to apply for funding, as that is one big barrier for us at Water Resources, and of course, and just continuing this momentum. Here I have a picture we've shared previously. I know Luis Santana and Sarah Ryan have stated, but again, these are just images from the Adobe Creek Clear Lake Hitch rescue that our staff were able to identify and work very closely and quickly with friends from different tribal entities and CDFW to rescue all the hitch that were stranded in the four different pools. And although the hitch do not look very happy in this image, all the hitch were alive and were able to be rescued appropriately. So on that note, I'm going to open it up to the board for any questions, and I also will welcome Director Scott DeLeon of Public Works and Water Resources to chime in for public questions and comments.
Thanks, Marina. I don't really have anything left to add. It's board, you've heard an awful lot of information today, so I'll be available to answer any technical questions or anything you might need.
Well, I want to thank all the presenters today. We've heard a lot of information. We've heard a lot of data. We've heard a lot of stories. And I think overwhelmingly, we've heard that this community cares deeply about the hitch. And I first want to open it up to the board for comments and questions on the presentation. Then we'll do public comment. But we'll talk about item B, which is the proclamation, separate from this public comment section. So if you have comments about the presentations, this would be the time, and then we'll address the proclamation next. So first I'll open up to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, appreciate all the information. Lots to digest. I have a question for Water Resources. There's been the comment again and again about the possibility of having some sort of flow from Highland Springs to feed the creeks, probably for both Highland Creek and Adobe Creek. And just kind of curious, based on the CFS that we're hearing, which I think was 34 CFS is what's being requested, and if that's per second, and I tried to do some quick math and looking at the overall acre feet of what is available, my math tells me we would need 10,000 acre feet. And I don't know that we have 10,000 acre feet. So that, just to make sure that we don't talk about something that can't happen, am I correct that we don't have the capacity of water available to us to provide that 34 CFS?
Well, the quick answer is no, we don't have the capacity. The Adobe Creek and Highlands Creek dams were created as flood control facilities. That's been covered already today. And, you know, using, if Highland Springs was full and you release 34 cubic feet per second out of the dam, which doesn't mean it's going to reach downstream to the areas where those fish need that water. But let's just presume that it can do that. It would drain a full Highland Springs in 16 days. So obviously we're going to need to release a lot more water than that if we were to even get close to trying to get water down to the area where they're spawning. And so, no, the capacity is just not there. Again, the facility was never intended for that. It was a flood control facility. Also, it's important to note that during periods of drought, the reservoir rarely fills up. I mean, and I don't have the numbers from what it's been over the last few years, but it has not been anywhere near full. Again, that's just a reduction in the available capacity. So again, the short answer is no, we don't have the capacity to do that.
Okay, I appreciate the response to that. And I'll quickly just finish. I think one of the highlights that was spoken of by Deputy Director Deligiannis is Middle Creek area, and today we have Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game speaking to us, and I haven't seen a partnership to help us push that project through the finish line, and I sure hope that we can take advantage of this situation while we are in discussion to work together to make that happen. That's 1,200 plus acres that we would be able to add to not only water storage and flood control, but also for hitch habitat for spawning grounds. And I think that's an important potential because I think there's many pieces to this puzzle, and that is definitely, in my opinion, one major piece of the puzzle that I hope we can pass through the finish line. This is something that I'm very passionate about finishing, and sure hope that we can take this opportunity to move it forward.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just do a little housekeeping here. I know they weren't presenting, but we do have a U.S. Fish and Wildlife on Zoom, and they either wanted to present a comment or clarify or be available for questions. So Marina, maybe you can kick in and clarify what's up with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor Green. So we do have friends from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have Michael Fries as field supervisor and Amber Aguilera, biologist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Don't want to throw them on the spot, but I would just like to open it up to them to share any final comments before we do move on with the item and open it up for public comment.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Michael Friss.
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
don't know if you can see me either, but I'll talk anyway. Okay, we wrote down some comments here so I can avoid using the word too often and make this go quickly. But again, I'm Mike Friss. I'm the field supervisor in the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office. I'm joined by Amber Aguilera, who also works in the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office. And I've got a few comments I'd like to make just before we dig in. The Fish and Wildlife Service is committed to conserving the hitch. We care about the importance to the tribes, the fish's importance to the tribes in the region. We care about its importance to the local community and economy, and we care about its role in the local ecosystem. We're committed to conserving this species. We have been and we will continue to invest in efforts that are contributing to the conservation of the species. The service has provided and will continue to provide funding to both the USGS and the local tribes for monitoring, research, and habitat restoration projects related to the Clear Lake Hitch. This information, both scientific and historic, will help us as we assess the status of the fish ourselves. We currently are preparing or pursuing internal funding for fish passage funds within the Fish and Wildlife Services coffers to provide for more funding for fish passage, fish barrier removals. Second, the service is about to embark on a process to reevaluate the status of the Clear Lake Hitch. We've received a request to emergency list the hitch that we expect to respond to in the month of February. If we don't emergency list the hitch, we're scheduled to issue a 12-month finding. That's a finding as to whether a listing of the species is warranted or not, by no later than January 2025. We are scheduled to begin our process for collecting information for the species in the very near future, by no later than this summer. We will broadcast that call for information widely, and we hope to receive comments from many of you who are here today. Finally, we have been committed to completing the conservation strategy for the hitch, and we want to do that in the near future, certainly in 2023. Over the past 5 years, we have developed this conservation strategy alongside many partners, including tribes, local organizations, and state and local government agencies. The strategy itself addresses issues that are impacting the Clear Lake Hitch and the watershed that you've heard about from other speakers today. The current version of the conservation strategy, although still a draft, identifies goals, objectives, and actions that are needed to improve the species and the habitat. Because these actions have been specifically identified, the draft strategy has also already helped secure funding for several restoration projects. The service views this conservation strategy as a species recovery plan, and we intend to complete and implement the strategy regardless of the species' federal listing status. In sum, we're dedicated to continuing coordination with the state, with the county, with local tribes, and the rest of the community to protect and conserve the Clear Lake Hitch. And I'll stop there and be available for questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, this came up at the summit, and if you can just clarify, and for the people in the audience, this has two bouncing balls. So there was a court settlement that did send U.S. Fish and Wildlife, basically rebooted the examination in 2020. The initial ruling was that listing under the Federal Endangered Species Act was not warranted at that time. There was a lawsuit and a settlement, and so the re-examination, what you're calling the 12-month listing examination, is going to proceed under that court order and hopefully wrap up no later than January 25. There's a second bigger ball floating out there right now, and that was the request made by the Fish and Game Commission, followed up by the request made by the tribes and the Center for Biological Diversity, that would basically declare the fish endangered now under the federal law while the review continues as to whether it should be permanently listed, or at least listed under the 12-month. There was a lot of back and forth about what the potential impact of an emergency listing would be if it happened right now, or the potential impact if it was declared endangered under federal law, concluding your new review. And one of the comments made would be, hey, it may shake loose some money that would not be available otherwise, so we can get some projects going to actually save this fish. But we didn't dive into some of the other potentially disruptive impacts of that. So can you just give us the 30-second elevator speech, which is impossible, I know, but the potential impacts, good and bad, that could come if emergency listing is granted?
If an emergency listing occurred, or if the species were listed, what that confers, what the endangered species confers, is in part is a prohibition on take of the species. So that means if somebody's out there, killing or harming the species, there would be prohibitions against those sorts of activities. Now, there are ways around that. Certainly, listed species are taken quite often, and there are ways of permitting that process. We work with federal agencies to authorize the take of listed species through a federal consultation process. Often when we're working with a federal agency, there are other local sponsors, either the state or local government or private landowners that are involved in that. But our consultation is with the other federal agency, who has an obligation to consult with us when they take actions that could potentially, harm this, could potentially affect the listed species. I recognize this is all a little bit of legalese, but bear with me. Now, when there are no federal agencies involved in an activity, there is still a prohibition on take, and take is, if you will, illegal at that point in time. A private landowner or a state or a private company can come to us or to work on getting a take permit for that species. And we have a number of mechanisms by which we can actually authorize the take of otherwise lawful activities. And some of the things that you may have heard about before are habitat conservation plans, candidate conservation agreements, safe harbor agreements. There's a number of different mechanisms we use to authorize the take of a species. So overall, yeah, the species is protected from take at that point in time. Now, as you've heard from some of the other speakers, is is with the Clear Lake Hitch, one of the challenges here is that there's no real smoking gun. It's not as though somebody's going out and killing the species, purposefully or anything like that. So take prohibitions become a little tricky, and we are still wondering what the net effect of a federal listing would be in an area where it does not seem that there's a whole lot of federal actions going on. And so we're not quite exactly sure what our role would be in this particular system. Nevertheless, the species listing would draw more attention to the species, potentially add more, funding opportunities. However, we have not experienced ourselves any instance where, funding, our ability to fund actions for the species was limited by whether it was listed or not. So far, so good. We've been doing really well on our ability to get funds for this species, and we're hoping that would continue. I'll stop right there and see if you got follow-up questions.
No, thank you. That was the 30-second elevator speech. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll open it up to the public, and you can come up to the podium. Please keep it to 3 minutes. When you hear my timer go off, we have a lot of people, I think, that want to speak, so let's move through this respectfully and get through our time, and then we'll get to item B. So come up to the podium, give your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I thought I should stand up and say something since my name was on the previous slide. I'm Fred Fyra. I'm a research fish biologist with the California Water Science Center with the U.S. Geological Survey based in Sacramento. So I'm the one who's responsible for all the USGS data you've been hearing about. I don't have anything necessarily to add to what others, including the Department of Fish and Game, Wildlife, has addressed today. But I am available to answer questions today or anytime at your convenience if you have them about our programs and the data.
Thank you.
Supervisors, I'm Phil Moy. I have a question for the Fish and Wildlife Service regarding the listing and a potential incidental take in regards basically to what if there's a stranding of hitch in a stream after it's listed, emergency or otherwise, and someone says, oh, it was groundwater pumping that did it. It was this vineyard or this orchard. Could that farmer or that operation be held liable or otherwise be held responsible for that take, and what would happen?
Thank you. And yes, if you could answer that question, that'd be great. Thanks.
I could try. That's a real tough thing to speculate about. Normally, there's a lot of circumstances that would go into that that would probably make a difference. Overall, if I would say this, if you're finding dead fish in the river because the river is dry, our folks would have to draw the chain of events to kind of, place blame or cause on certain activities. And so it seems to me like that would be without knowing the circumstances of it, it would be impossible for me to judge that. But overall, if it's in a stream where there's a number of people diverting and a number of water uses and a number of different things going on, it seems like that's kind of a tough thing to attribute to one individual. But again, I'm speculating based on, the hypothetical question. So I have a tough time with that one. Overall, I guess my answer is I don't know. It would depend on those circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Thank you guys so much for bringing this all together. Wow, huh? So I have a question for Marina. If she's there, is she there?
She should be.
Okay. I'm really trying to just put all this information together in my head. I don't think anybody here doesn't care about fish species or any of that, right? I think everybody does care, and that's why everybody's here. And what I think we really have to pay attention to is not winding up bickering amongst each other and then not taking care of the fish, right? That's the main thing. We can't fight amongst ourselves to the point that we don't get anything done. So Marina, if you are there, I wanted to ask you about some of your data.
Go ahead and ask. She's there.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, it sounded like you said to me that groundwater levels for the time periods that you looked at in between Kelsey Creek or Adobe Creek and Kelsey Creek, that they were stable. Did I understand that correctly?
So yes, if you follow along on PDF page 152, the statement that was made on the presentation was there are no apparent long-term trends of either declining or increasing groundwater levels, suggesting stable groundwater conditions exist in the vicinity of Kelsey Creek groundwater-dependent ecosystems between 1985 and 2018, the data that was collected and analyzed. So this figure that we had that I shared, and I can go ahead and share my screen again just to make it easy for everyone. 1 second.
Right.
Can you guys see that?
Yeah, exactly. So when I look at that.
1 second, sorry, I wasn't finished. So again, with this data that was collected and analyzed between 1965 and 2019, stated on figure 2, it shows the different trends between these years and suggests groundwater declining in the area prior to 1985. Also stated that during this, the nearest well to the GDE is above Adobe Creek and Reservoir, which is about 1/2 mile to the east. Spring depth to groundwater in this well is 70 to 90 feet BGS, while summer groundwater depths are typically 100 to 150 feet BGS. Note that because this is a long distance to this nearest well, the observed groundwater depths may not be indicative of the conditions around the GDE's location. And all the background material of the modeling that the consultants onboarded collected were outlined in the Big Valley GSP.
Okay, excellent. So, you know, and hopefully nobody takes us the wrong direction. I'm just trying to clarify for myself. So if we're saying in the vicinities of the streams that we're talking about, right, in general vicinity, groundwater is relatively stable. If we're going with the premise that when we pump groundwater out, we're dropping the level of the stream, that would seem like they don't coincide if the groundwater is stable. Do you, maybe I'm tracking wrong here, but if groundwater is stable but we're seeing the streams go down, then it would seem like the water that is for the stream is not connected to the groundwater. And again, I'm just talking out loud as far as I'm trying to understand how these things correlate. So maybe somebody could chime in and help me understand better if that's a good presumption or if that's a bad presumption. Because it is a presumption, but based on the fact that groundwater is stable, then somebody pumping it wouldn't be relative to the water on top. They're disconnected. So in that case, we're actually talking about surface water and not groundwater, but the issue's still at large, right? The issue itself is we don't have surface water. And so it comes to my mind that nobody really has addressed the hydrology that has changed here in Lake County relatively recently or in the past 5 years because of all the fires that we've had, which basically decimates the hydrology of this entire area. You know, the amount of acreage that's been removed, which is what builds our aquifers, what drives the water into our ground or even slowly dissipates it into the streams, are all the trees, which are, you know, they're burnt all the way around us in massive amounts. So that's just something that came to my mind as I've been sitting here listening to this whole conversation, and I know my time's up, so I'll step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Didn't say his name for the record.
Oh, yes.
Michael Wagner, thank you.
Hi, I'm Pat Scully. I'm the general manager of Scully Packing Company. We grow and pack pears in Kelseyville area. At the risk of using my 3 minutes, and I hope this doesn't use my 3 minutes, but I'd like to ask Marina if she could go a little deeper into what the correlation was between surface flows of groundwater and pumping that was concluded in the GSP. I was part of that advisory committee. I think David Weiss and Peter Windrum also mentioned this, and I would like a little more clarification from Marina if she would give that.
Okay, I'll pause your time while she answers the question.
Okay, thanks.
You know, Marina, I don't know if you want to try to tackle that. The groundwater sustainability plan is a very large document. It's very complex. We've presented some summaries from it. What I'd like to do is offer to print out the applicable sections, and then if Mr. Scully would like to come up, we'd be happy to present those to him, allow him to go through those and maybe present that or discuss it on the side. But to do a deep dive into the groundwater sustainability plan and its findings at this juncture, I would really prefer that we do that offline.
Okay, well, so with that being said, Scott, I'd be happy to take you up on that. We also sat in a lot of meetings and went through this, and the finding was there is no correlation between groundwater pumping levels and the surface flows, little or no. I mean, pretty much it was non-existent. It was one of the 7 items that they needed to address in the groundwater management plan. They did it, and that was the finding. I think the biggest concern here is all this talk that's just come up recently about groundwater pumping, frost protection during the hitch run, and now that's drying up the creeks. The information that we have and the data that we have says that that's not the case. And even more concerning is then we see these letters from the California Fish and Game Commission that are calling for a moratorium on new wells and a ban on frostwater pumping. It's just crazy to think that they could have taken that information or where they're getting this information from. I know during the course of the GSP, Sarah Ryan we were all told if we have any information that would make a different story than what they were coming up with to present it. Nothing was presented. That's not true.
Okay.
It wasn't presented in the meeting.
I'll let you, okay.
So that being said, I hope you consider that when you're thinking about kicking this up to the state to solve this problem for us. I think we all are committed to solving the hitch problem. I don't think we need to be letting 34 cubic feet per second out of Adobe Creek to enhance the flows a little bit. That would certainly help. Maybe there's something that could be done there. Maybe there's not a whole lot of enhancement in most years that could help solve the problem. Anyway, without groundwater pumping and frost control, I think David Weiss said it earlier, you're not going to have a pear industry or a grape industry in Big Valley. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Harper, Lake County Farm Bureau. I just had a question specifically for Michael Friss. He mentioned very briefly the Clear Lake Hitch conservation strategy, and I'd be appreciative if he could just give a brief summary of the importance that the finalization of that document has with regard to the voluntary actions and implementation steps that are to be taken with regard to the hitch.
Yes, this is Michael Friss, and I think I'm going to try and answer that question, but then I'm going to hand off to Amber Aguilera to see if she has any further comments she'd want to make. She is one of the originators of the conservation strategy from our agency and has worked on it for a long time. We've been working on this for 5 years as a number of actions within the conservation strategy, which are designed to either get more information or specifically to identify what types of information or what types of restoration projects are needed, in order to help conserve the species. That is a collection that is done by a number of stakeholders, members of the tribes, state agencies, local ag participants, I believe, as well. And so it is a document that we're trying to finalize. Ultimately, it's our document, but we'd like to get the conservation strategy signed off by the other participating members there. Once it is signed off, that means that there's an agreement of a plan or a strategy to move forward, at least generally on those actions, and would help to identify certain actions that folks tend to agree on are priority actions for the species. We would anticipate changing that document as time goes on. I think right now the schedule is once every 5 years or so, we will amend it. It could be done more frequently or less frequently, depending on need. I don't think there's anything in that document that would preclude us from working on right now. So, finalizing the conservation strategy document is important because I think we would like to get the symbolic, agreement from others that they are on board with conserving the species. But it does not mean we could not implement some of those actions, right now. I hope that helps clarify, and I'm going to hand off to Amber to see what I missed.
I think just I don't know, I think we should just proceed if you want to respond to that.
No, that's all I was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Amber prefers that.
Anyone else in the chambers?
Hi, Janine Pfeiffer, ethnoecologist, consultant with Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, both the EPA and the cultural director, former UC Davis, San Jose State lecturer, master's in agronomy, if you know what that is, agriculturalist, and worked for the World Bank Food and Agricultural Organization on $100 million projects overseas, so I am familiar a bit with agriculture. And I just wanted to share something that a young, very impressive tribal member shared with me after the presentations that contained either erroneous or misleading information. And he said to me, when we give a presentation, we have to have all of our facts correct. We have to have all of our graphics and our data checked and scientifically verifiable. Why doesn't everyone else have to do that? And I would be very happy to speak with Mr. Windrum on the side and talk to him about why that 5% figure makes absolutely no sense scientifically. I don't want to do it, take up time right now. But as a scientist, I'm offended that was presented in a public meeting. And I would like to see all of us do better. Because yes, we all need to sit at the table. Ag absolutely has to be part of these conversations. And I've been advocating from that, as Sarah knows. We don't always agree since the beginning. But if ag wants to participate, they need to up their game. And they need to consult with scientists. I have a Ford van. I go to my mechanic to fix my Ford. I don't go to my doctor to fix my Ford. And so if ag truly wants to be part of this conversation, then you need to sit down with fish biologists, you need to sit down with ecologists, and you need to get your facts straight. Thank you.
You have a comment or, okay.
Yeah, just real quickly, in the interest of time, I don't know who's going to tap out first, the chai or me at this point, but I I want to hear that, and some of the comments you may continue peppering here. I understand it's a lot of information, especially the CDFW, and I do agree that even the available evidence presented, some of it today is more anecdotal in nature than rigorous scientific analysis. That said, it's still useful. It's still informative. It still gives us something to talk about. I am more concerned about some of the misstatements that have been made regarding some selective reading of the groundwater sustainability plan, that it absolutely proves there's no connectivity in these streams. So I picked out some selective reading, and I just want to let people know. The issue is not settled by the GSP, one way or the other, all right? It has not been proven that there's no connection at all. It has not been proven that this complex hydrology does exist. In the Big Valley Basin, there's two primary streams, Kelsey Creek and Adobe Creek. The potential exists for these streams to be interconnected to groundwater. During the wet winter months, streams are predominantly sourced from rain, and in the drier summer months, the streams, there's little to no flow. During wet conditions, the creeks may gain water from groundwater or lose water from groundwater. During dry conditions, we're in 3 years of drought plus, the creeks are losing water to groundwater. However, confirmation of the impacts of surface water as well as the characterization of this hydraulic connectivity would require additional intermediate surface water gauges and monitoring with new shallow monitoring wells to better understand the nature and the timing of the hydraulic connectivity in the creeks. Further, as Marina pointed out, there have been identified habitats along these creeks. The Hitch migrates each spring from the lake into the tributaries to spawn. These habitats are potential groundwater-dependent ecosystems if and when the surface water bodies are interconnected and dependent on groundwater. Further monitoring is needed to establish groundwater dependence through frequent monitoring of groundwater from future shallow wells located close to these existing surface water monitoring stations. And the GSP, to the extent it does provide more evidence, it says, hey, we have a lot of shallow wells. And in driving around the district, I see a lot of shallow wells right next to the creek or right across the road from the creek. This is not accidental, but neither is it proof positive that there's a suppressive effect. So when we hear what the agencies are asking for, I hope you hear this loud and clear. And I know you're up here saying, oh, we absolutely have to frost protect pump. Didn't do it when we had smudge pots. Don't do it in the Central Valley when we have wind machines. Even if it is the best available technology, and I will take everyone's word for that right now, doesn't mean it's the best solution we have after 3 years of drought. So the voluntary actions that are being proposed here today by our friends in the agencies include begging, give us some data. So even if you aren't committed to stopping your groundwater pumping during frost protection, open up and say, you know what, we'll take some measurements while we're doing it. Help us fill in the data gaps. So I know we're going to continue to hear more about this and all that, but one, we don't have any action item on today's agenda that says anything about groundwater pumping. We certainly have a lot of information from our partner agencies about their concerns about it. And so I want to share that despite your understanding of some of the potential impacts of this, I hope you'll open your hearts and minds to the available evidence and say, we haven't settled this one way or the other. Probably not the make or break that people think it is. But I just think if we continue the comments, let's not necessarily argue about this or that scientific point. We're all going to have questions when we leave here tonight. But let's take a look at what some of the solutions might be. And it sounds like the low-hanging fruit on that is a commitment to be open-minded and share some data.
Hekethema wihin sahab Alkoibuk. Hello, how are you, my friends? My name is Red Pine. I'm from the village of Koi. The village of Koi and its lands owned me. So I'm here with no data. Thank you, sir. I'm here to tell you some stories that really make a difference culturally. So the Koi Nation did a Native American Graves Protection Act. So we had to do some studies to find our cultural items. One of the places we went was to Milwaukee Public Museum. The gentleman who was the first curator for that particular museum was a guy by the name of Samuel Barrett. He lived in Calpella. He was the first anthropological student to graduate from UC Berkeley. And before he went to school every fall, he took a long walk and he meandered through these areas from Calpella, Ukiah, and so forth, and he made a lot of friends, collected a lot of things. I went there expecting to find arrowheads and baskets, which were there. The unusual thing, which I did not expect, was a large bag of hitch fish. I went, what the heck? This guy studied every aspect of what we did. So fast forward, shortly thereafter that, and his consultants went from several hundred in the Pomo community to about 98 when he was done with his studies in the area. And the majority of that was in the southeastern portion of the lake. And he studied that particular portion because of its resources. The hitch fish, the magnetite, the ability to use tule for many other objects, mats, homes, the whole thing. So our family moved away because we were chased away from the area by pioneers at that time. We moved to Sonoma County. Still coming back up here in May for the hitch run, still coming back up here for roundhouse ceremonies. And my mom used to tell me in 1950, when she was a little girl, they'd go walk in the creek. Walk in the creek. Reach down, you can feel them around your legs and throw them out. That's how they ate. It was a chew substance. Fast forward to when I'm about 7 years old, 5 and 7 years old, we still came up to visit relatives up at Alem. My dad liked to go fishing. We'd borrow our relative John Kelsey's rowboat. We'd go out there, and he laughed at us. He was sitting on the shore watching us pull away, chuckling with our fishing poles. My little fishing pole did not have Mickey Mouse at the time. I can tell you that. But anyway, so we came back with no fish, and he laughed even harder because all we had to do was go to the creek. Fast forward another 20 years, as a young man, I'm working, clearing some logging down in Sonoma County, worked with the Native Americans there, and they're telling me how hard it was to get hitch, a substance of our people. So my great-great-grandparents are from Elam and from Coy, and my mom's dad was from Big Valley. So I've got a lot of relatives, and I heard a lot of stories over the years. So fast forward to this time when I'm 27, and nobody's eating fish. So the promise of this fish coming back for a Native American substance is looking highly unlikely without us doing something. And so right now, I would encourage you to be open to everything. The Coy Nation is willing to help whichever way we can. We have a lot of connections within the Department of Interior, with the state. We'd be willing to go ahead and make some connections if we needed to help you do what you need to do. But there is no fish. Native Americans are not eating hitch fish because there are none. So I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
How we doing? My name is Joe Weber. I'm a Big Valley Tribal member and Housing Committee Chairman. I live on the Rancheria on the shores of Clear Lake. My family is the Hopper clan. I am a cultural practitioner. My relationship with the hitch is symbiotic. For 18 years, I've been harvesting fish. Studies show that within 3 to 5 years, the hitch will be gone. We need to understand that Clear Lake Hitch is the only place in the world that the hitch live, is in Clear Lake. When the hitch is a big event when they run because it's seasonal, which means we catch them for substance consumption. We dry the hitch so our elders and us can make it last throughout the next season. The hitch is not just a source of subsistence, it's a part of our culture. My Aunt Genevieve Hopper and my Uncle Nelson Hopper talked about how the families go out and harvest the hitch. They'd share their knowledge with the hitch with us, how the families work together to fillet, salt, and dry them so that we can store them and eat them later for the years. I have fond memories of my brothers and sisters and my kids going out and catching the fish, bringing them back to my moms and aunties, Soon I'll be the age to where I won't be able to go get the hitch. It'll be up to my kids. Hopefully my grandkids will have this opportunity. We won't be able to be carrying on these traditions without your help. This is why I come before you to ask for your support, to make sure Clear Lake Native's source of substance and culture will carry on. The support can be as easy as monitoring wells, regulating watersheds, do the 5-year drought. When it comes to racial quality resources, resolutions to natives, hopefully we can be at the table, working together with the grape growers and vineyards so we can divert water when needed, which would be when the hitch run. We've passed our knowledge of the hitch from family to family. We are the original stewards of the land. Help us make sure our children have a future with a hitch. It's not just a fish you'll be saving. It's a tradition, a healthy way of life for the Clear Lake natives. Don't let the hitch go extinct on your watch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chintama Wakshi Ran Montez Buchike Chabenapoy. Hello, my name is Ron Montez. I'm an elder from the Chabenapo tribe. I was raised on Ilem. I was born in 1949 in Calusa and moved to Lake County with my mom, who was a single mom. She raised me. And we lived on Ilem. She married a man from what they call then Sugar Bowl, which is Scotts Valley now. And we have been a people that has a history in Lake County. You wouldn't believe it now, but there was one time my cousin Marvin Brown was the homecoming king for the Lower Lake Trojans. Man, all our relatives were so happy, and so after him, he was like 2 years older than me, and so after him, I became the homecoming king, and everybody thought, woo! And then after that, his younger brother Thomas Brown became the homecoming king of Lower Lake Trojans, and after him, our cousin Rich Stewart became the homecoming king of Lower Lake Trojans. So we have participated in our sports, in our communities, in our ceremonies, in our roundhouses, and in our pride that we have in how our ancestors lived before us and how they managed to keep food. Although it was a different time, there was more abundance of food, but there was a responsibility that they had for their culture, for their families, and for the fish, the water, the trees, the animals, the berries, and the grasses that we survived on. And so we're here today, again, bringing up, and looks like there's gunslingers in here. They're all positioning, and we're looking for which way's the sun pointing, so it's in somebody else's eyes. But I want you to remember the Native American people in the United States of America has always been, and still is, thought of as a savage, that we don't have what it takes to become civilized. And it's proven because they took away everything that we had. And it was open season on Native American people in the United States and in this state of California, that for our heads, for our beheading, and even for the scalp that was taken, they paid $5 when a day's wages was a quarter. And then they paid $100 for each head that was brought in. Our government sponsored that and paid. And so that is part of our history, which is not taught or preached in our school systems. But I know it, and many of my fellow tribal people here know it. And so when we talk about hitch, some people say, oh, that's just a fish. It doesn't have that much weight to it because you can eat other fish. But there was a time, not too long ago, when Native people would come from Sonoma, Mendocino, Sacramento area, up north, would come down and camp around these creeks we're talking about. And in that place, they would meet other tribal people, they would trade, and they would look for new husbands and wives, and they would share their stories around this fish that we're talking about. And then that fish was in so abundant supply that every one of those tribal people who came, they took home enough to supply their food until the next season. And in that act of gathering this fish, there was such a community, a sharing of values, where the young kids would go in and grab them and hand them over to the older ones. And the community afterwards, all those fish had to be cleaned. And our older women, our dakaras, would sit around and they would scale them all up, cut them open, cut all the guts out and salt them. And as kids would grab them and would go and we'd take them and hang them on the lines or wherever on the tree limbs until they dried, and we gather and put them in a big sack. And that's what we lived on. There was a long time here in Lake County where Indians could not get a job. We had to go out and do some of the worst jobs around. William Benson, who was a tremendous man, a Pomo man that made baskets, had to sell them just to make a living. We had to travel from here to other counties for work because they won't hire us here. And so we had to make do with what we have. And that fish, our chai, our sha in our language, that sustained us. And it was not the best smelling fish around. But it was a jerky, it was a food source that I still crave today because I have that in my DNA. I have witnessed that. I'll shut down here in just a minute. And I want you to know that today, I would encourage every one of the groups in here, lay down your arms. Get back to what's real here. We're talking about people. We're talking about a culture. We're talking about my ancestors who lived here thousands of years before there was the United States, before there was the California, before there was a Lake County, and before there were any crops out here on these hills. Those are the weightier matters that we need to keep our focus and attention on, because those are the things that will help us learn and work together, solve difficult problems, and show these other counties that we can do it here in Lake County. We can. So lay down your arms. Let's do this thing. Let's support one another. Everyone commit to do what you can to help. And I commit to do that too. So, if my 3 minutes is up, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alicia Castellanos. I work for Big Valley Rancheria. I'm also a tribal member at Big Valley Rancheria. I am 21 years old, and I have never experienced fishing for hitch. I have never eaten a hitch. It's not because I don't want to, it's because there's not enough. I hope that changes can be made for future generations so they won't have to miss out like I did. Thank you guys for having this open discussion for us.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm definitely not going to speak to the history because others have represented very, very well our tribe's perspective on the importance of this natural, cultural, and traditional resource. I do want to say that it should be important to you as our leaders here in the community to take some action. I know we're not supposed to speak about the next section, which I'll speak on that as well, but tribes have not only been here since time immemorial. We have, in modern day, been one of the biggest contributors to jobs, to adding resources to the community, to putting the lights in Upper Lake High School, to contributing to North Shore Fire Protection District for wildfire mitigation, to being your partners in, you name it, protections of sacred sites. We need your help because the hitch, our cultural resources are no longer within our land. Unfortunately, we've lost a lot of our land and some of us are still landless. But it really does fall down on you folks to take some action. Federal agencies, state agencies, even county agencies are all rallying around this effort. We really need, and I'm asking you to please take some positive action to help here. It sounds like the state is already going to be looking into regulating, so, I am as sensitive to the next, business owner. We understand that people need to make a livelihood, and in fact, if it's food, we all rely upon that. So we have got to collaborate and find some solutions. This looks like a solution, and it's only asking for the county to call on others to do work. So I'll save the rest of my comments, but the county's responsibility in this is very minimal. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hekate mai uchkate cancel wichin Robert Gary Yachake Limbak Yachake Habematalo Tavalkit. How are you today? My name is Robert Gary. I'm from Alem. I work for Habemetal. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. Hitch falls under a tribal cultural resource, something under two main resources that sustained our communities, acorns and the hitch. And so these are two really important parts of our life, important parts in created events, ceremonies surrounding these things. So just wanted to, like we're talking about the proclamation, understanding and taking a look at that, it's important because it looks like it is, from Chairwoman Treppa, this is a solution. This is something that can start to be done with it. And I'm not sure as far as for, the ag community, but, when we're talking about the issue with, the frost spraying and those kind of things, in the proclamation, it doesn't address any of that. It's just basically taking action to be able to protect this resource. And so, I want that to be known and understand that, according to, what's there, it's a plan. I haven't heard anyone sit here and say what a specific reason why the hitch is in the situation it is. I think there's a lot of components of what we're trying to say or that we're trying to find out what it is. And that's why all of us, tribal communities, the public, state and federal agencies, it's important to make sure that we find all of the data, work together to be able to do what we need to do for the survival of this resource. It's something that is indicative and that is only known to here, Lake County, to Clear Lake. And so it's something that we have to do together to make sure that we have that ability for, just like this little girl, young girl, sorry about that, to be able to do something that her ancestors have done that she's never had that ability to do. I've watched that trend change in my lifetime. As a boy, I used to fish for these fish in Shinner Creek and in Siegler Creek down at the south part of the lake. My older children, I taught them, we've actually went out and fished for these fish. My younger children have never gotten the opportunity, just like her, because of the numbers that they're in. So there has to be a plan. The proclamation is there, and it creates us to have a plan, to be able to help us sustain this resource, this tribal resource, this cultural resource. So I'm asking, to make sure that we take that into consideration when it is brought up at our next, next phase, I guess, of this meeting. But I thank you for taking the time to listen to all of the concerns, especially from the tribal communities, the ag communities. But we can only do this as a united front and collaborate together in the collection of all of this data to make really good plan and decision for the survival of the hitch. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Okay. Anyone else in the chambers? We'll go to the Zoom room now.
Haji Wharf.
Okay, you can state your name and you've got 3 minutes. Haji?
She's coming up.
Okay.
I'm muting myself. Hold on.
Okay, great. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. Oh, that was my original word, afternoon. But good evening, board members. My name is Haji Wharf from Upper Lake. I want to express my full support for the emergency proclamation. I consider myself a stakeholder as my husband and I have 20 acres of ag zone land in Upper Lake near the confluence of Alley and Clover Creek, tributaries of Middle Creek. 10 of our acres are currently under production of hay and grain in previous years, grown without supplemental irrigation as we only have a domestic well. As a property owner, I feel until we monitor wells, including mine, and groundwater usage, we are poking around in the dark. Wells are straws that draw down aquifers and surface water flows. Wells are the silent desiccators. Before moving to Lake County, we lived for 4 years in the high deserts outside of Tucson, where water is the most critical and regulated resource. Subsidence from overpumping of groundwater was the biggest issue. So that's where we're headed. If we don't get a handle on this, not only will we not have surface water, sufficient surface water for all interests, but the land's gonna sink, okay? So to have the usual suspects of the anti-proclamation ag interests imply their water use doesn't affect stream flows is preposterous and magical thinking, and do not pass the stinky lake smell test. Their perspective does not match up with my experience. The hitch have been endemic to Lake County before the presence of man. Their precipitous decline coincides with the renaissance of the wine grape industry in our county. There is no denying that fact. As Lake County is perceived as having cheap land, available in large tracts, and industry-friendly, our diverse hillsides and valleys will continue to be transformed into thousands of rows of monoculture grapes, which means dramatic increases in water consumption by the industry. It's best to put in mitigation efforts now to curb the appetite for water, as conditions will become untenable and disastrous for all stakeholders. I want to see limits on wine grape irrigation that uses groundwater or surface water until June, or when the hitch run and spawning concludes. I also want to see an injunction and removal of surface water diversions along the major arteries. I accept there are competing economic interests at play here, but the loss of the hitch would not only be a shameful legacy for Lake County, but also a loss of a cultural inheritance for our tribe. Another tragic consequence in a long line of historical injustices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jim Steele?
Okay. Jim Steele?
Yeah.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes.
Your name, please?
Sorry. Okay, thanks. No, I just have a quick point to make. When I worked for Fish and Game, I was on 3 separate teams reviewing listing petitions to advise Fish and Game Commission. And there was one thing that came up in all of those considerations is whether or not any local effective programs and protections were already in place and whether additional protection authority was needed. So that level of evaluation was made at that time. And that basically colored whether or not they needed to list at the state or federal level. And so the protections that are in place are part of that test review, and it's based on life history data of the fish. And I just hope that all of you consider that when you take action, because if you decide not to recommend listing of this fish or take any negative actions that nothing else is needed, then that's going to show up later. And in 2014, the fish was listed, and really very little has been done since then, and that record is now on the table. So I just want to point that out, and hopefully that guides you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Briones? Maybe?
Brad?
Yeah.
Okay. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello?
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, yes. My name is Fred Briones. I'm a tribal member at the Big Valley Rancheria band of Pomo Indians, and I wanted to make a comment specifically on them. In the room, there's many people who've only been in Lake County since the 70s. We've been here for over 10,000 years, and underneath that dam is an old Indian village. And see, they did those things to us like that to cover us up, systemic racism, to promote farming activities, for everyone's knowledge, farming never existed in Lake County until Kelsey came. And then that's when agriculture started to take over. And then now, as we see, this water being used for wine production, causing the death and disappearance of our hitch, our fish. It's sad that our members, the old and the young, we've lost our hitch, and we've lost so much, our land, our resources. And I want to make one fact, that during those times that we've lost, they've always used alcohol to swindle us out of our resources. And here again, we are losing our lake. We can't even ride around on our boat anymore because they pumped it so low to make wine. Wine has only existed here since the 70s. When it was food, it was fine. But now this wine into water, they tout that it's $1 billion industry, and we have lost so much. So a lawsuit potentially that we will open up if we lose our fish and nothing is done about this, that's right around the next corner. So we really need to take some actions, and what the actions that I propose to end agriculture in Lake County And let's have a sanctuary for the animals, because that's how really it was. When those people moved here to Lake County in the 70s, they moved there because it was so beautiful. There were so many animals, there were so many birds, so many trees, so many waters. All the settlers did. They moved there. But then look how they do to our resources now. And I warn all of you, supervisors, everyone in the room, if you do not take action against agriculture, the of the wine grape grower is that our lake is the private liquor barrel reserve, and there's nothing for the animals. How shameful. Let's make Lake County a private animal preserve where there's animals, plants, baskets. We could go right around in our boat. Let's make a minimum level in our lake where the water must go up to the people's docks, for crying out loud. It's ridiculous that our water resources is being turned into wine, and it's causing so much death. So unfortunate. And that is my comment.
Okay, thank you.
There are no further hands in Zoom.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I guess I'll start it off. Love to see some action. I don't think, I hope that we can bring the entire room together. My opinion, I've seen this fight happen between different groups, and I think we all have the same issue, and that's the issue of what the climate is doing to us. Farmers are enduring this issue, our lake is enduring this issue, and our nature is enduring this issue. And I would love to see some changes occur. I know that we have a drought task force. It's been brought to us to discuss wells. I want to discuss wells. I know that I've brought it up before. It was a very touchy subject, but seeing a setback from our creeks for where we can permit wells, whether it's 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever it needs to be. I think a mile's a little bit of a stretch, in my opinion, but something realistic as to ensure that the cone of influence from the well does not touch or have contact. So I want to see further discussions. I want to better understand the subject, but at the same time, there's topics that I think we have to talk about. The time possibly is very limited. Has there been a conversation about a potential hatchery just to make sure that in the short time we have, we can ensure to save while we figure out how to do the long-term fix of what nature needs? What can be done? I want to make sure that we're all together on this and not pointing fingers at who's at fault. There's obviously conflicting data being provided. Anecdotal evidence is, in my opinion, not a very useful way of providing data. I respect the data that was provided by Water Resources. We've paid a lot of money for that data and have gone through some pretty intense scrutiny to get that data together. Does that mean there's still gaps in the data? Absolutely. I don't think science is ever settled. You keep gathering more data until you realize, oh, well, we found something new that explains why it is that we're dealing with. But there's a reason why we're seeing more fires. There's a reason why we're seeing longer droughts and more often seeing droughts. Let's focus on that as being the issue and recognizing that the Hitch are being impacted by that. Obviously, I don't think I need to explain that. It would be rude of me to do so, but it's been very well explained, the cultural significance. But what is the ecological significance of the Hitch in our lake as well? So I would love to see some action. I think that the length that we've been here today, just for this one single item, and there's some other very important items to get to, I'd love to see this come back, digest the information, and figure out what our action is, because and I'll speak to it, sorry if I'm breaking the rules, what's in the proclamation has no enforcement capacity whatsoever. We already have rules we have to follow on if we're going to develop things because of the hitch being on the state list. So between, I want to say, April and October, we need to make sure to do specific CEQA processes to ensure that we don't disturb, and I could be wrong on the dates, but I know it ends October 15th, to ensure we don't disturb the spawning of the fish. If the other part of it is to prohibit taking, and taking is not occurring, then I want to make sure we are taking action locally and not waiting for the state to either take over or the federal to take over, which again will take years before anything can occur. I'll stop at that. There's other little issues throughout the whole thing, but I'll stop at that.
Supervisor Green?
Just point of order, are we discussing the discussion item that just finished, or are we diving right into the proclamation discussion? Because we can do it either way, but I thought we were still in comment for the discussion-only item.
That's what we were. He did break the rules.
Well, a couple people did it, so I just, for the sanity of everyone involved, there's a lot to unpack just from today. There may be some bullet points in the emergency proclamation people want to study. There may be other actions that people may want to propose. So in the interest of time and energy and sanity, I'm totally willing to bump the second item to February 7th, I'm told is a correct date. That would allow us time to, what's the goal of an emergency proclamation? Well, if you take out all the 9 bullets in this one, it looks like any other emergency proclamation we've passed in the past several years. But there may be some further input that people want to give regarding proposed actions. So if we are bringing up the proclamation item, it would be with the consent of, with the consensus of my fellow board members, would be to postpone this to February 7th, allow people to digest a lot of what's occurred here today. And I think, honestly, that would be hugely useful. When I went to the summit, Mr. Dummy here, Mr. New Supervisor, stood up at the end and said, you know what we need is a Clear Lake Hitch task force. And I was literally at a meeting of the Clear Lake Hitch task force, which I didn't know existed. And then there's a Clear Lake Hitch strategy, which has been kicked around for 4 years. I didn't know about that. So there is a lot to unpack in terms of the state of the CHI and what our next steps are going to be. But as we saw, there are a lot of jurisdictional issues here, a lot of partner agencies. So the specifying the asks and in what manner they get made can be made through an emergency proclamation. That's pretty simple, but could also involve other asks, like you said, a different task force, or maybe we do need a county-specific Clear Lake Hitch task force. No offense to the task force, our partners have already spun up. So I just want to offer that. If people want to plow through this, I know they're here. I want to be respectful of their time. If they really want to go blow by blow on the emergency proclamation, I'm here as long as we need to be. But I did want to offer the option of bumping it to February 7th so we can all get some rest, all chew on some of these ideas, and then come back and take a fresh whack at that.
I would like to hear from the other board members.
Well, I'll go ahead. I think that we still have to open up the item to let people talk about it, if they want to move forward with it or not. So I can make my comments after that happens. That way I don't delay the process even more. So, I mean, we can still decide to push it forward, right? Or stay on it. I'm just, because of the requirements, we still have to take the item up. So if somebody wants to come up and speak on that, that would be the next item. So I just...
If your board decides to continue sub B, then the public will get to comment on the action to consider a continuance. And you could also take up commentary from people who could not be present on the 7th. So you do have some flexibility, but people are allowed to comment.
Right.
If we're going to do that, would it be appropriate to introduce the item then and just kind of run down it briefly?
I just want to make sure there wasn't any other comments on all the presentations.
I mean, well, I'll just do that real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so, sorry, I just wanted to make sure we stayed online because I know that we commonly, even if we have it on the agenda, we still have to move forward. So I addressed one of the issues that I had when it comes to illicit grows. I'm on another committee that I just got appointed to called the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Community Advisory Committee. It's an EPA advisory committee. There was one last week, and I met with Martha Guzman, the EPA Region 9 Administrator, and told her all about the situation that we're talking about right now, along with others that I won't get into. But the biggest thing I told her, along with the state representatives that are online and whatnot, and I won't go into depth of their names and whatnot, but I keep touting out and telling them, look, I understand we have these issues we have to deal with, but for me, to me, it's a three-prong also approach with the Middle Creek restoration because it provides a habitat, helping us expedite that because it's been 30 years, helping us expedite the tributaries because there's so much vegetation, especially in my district, in the area, and prescribed burning or anything of that nature. But some of these permits that we are stuck with at times to preserve the hitch are kind of hindering the hitch as well. So if there's a way that these agencies, and this is what I've told them before, if there's a way that we can figure something out together so that there is also oversight from the tribes when there is eradication of the sediment, because that's one of the things too, is even if it's sediment from the hills, tribes need to be there to observe just in case there's something that flows down. Working collaboratively in that manner would help as well. So I've been saying those things because it's frustrating for me that we're all in conflict over some of this stuff, and in some instances, these groups want to, put these orders out, but don't want to give us the resources. They want us to take these actions, and I understand this action is important to also apply for funding in the future as well. And so that's some of the things I wanted to talk about. I know that a lot of other things have been said, so I don't want to get too far into it. I know one thing that'll help is the Blue Ribbon Committee. I know we've been meeting and discussing projects that'll help in that manner as well. And another thing I'll add is I did attend what was called the Ag Venture, and I learned a lot about ag. I never knew anything about ag, but it was really helpful for me to understand the points of view. And so, regardless, this situation is dire when it comes to the hitch. I have ate hitch before as a kid. I went and collected them in Middle Creek. I was told I was trespassing, but okay. But I've done it before, and I got in trouble for it, so I had to pass it out to elders and all of that. But it is important to the tribal communities and to me as well growing up. So I'll just leave it at that. I know we're going to talk about the next thing. If we'll go from there.
Supervisor Simon?
I just had and I think Scott or someone is still on. So I know there was a conversation talked about today about the Highland Spring Dam and the Adobe Creek, the opportunity there for some flows. I'm not saying it's a fixed, and I know we went right to the 34 acre feet or whatever. Sorry if I got the wrong term, it is late. But anyway, not looking at that to be a solution, but just a cog in the wheel of how we're trying to have solutions. So maybe some extra flow or anything there. I know, Scott, you said it wouldn't support it wholeheartedly, but during years that there weren't a drought or anything that we'd have, if there were some slow flows, I'd still like us to look at that down the road to have that conversation as an option, not just as, a saver drought and just go there. So just keeping that on the list of looking at it as a crutch if it's needed there in some aspect or, so I know you said no, but I'm like, well, yeah, I can't do it on its own. But if it's just a supplement of something, I would really like us to look at that and see if that would be an option, at least to continue that conversation.
And Supervisor Simon, I was stating some facts. The system was never designed for that, but that does not preclude trying it. I don't think anyone in my department is opposed to trying, myself included. And certainly this would be the year that we would be able to do that. I'm hoping we get a few more storms and you know, the Highland Springs and Adobe Creek fill up full to their entirety, and this would certainly be the year to do it. But no, there isn't anything that's off the table. I just, it's, my point was the system was never designed for that, and it would drain that system very, very quickly if that was something we were trying to rely on. But we can certainly give it a try and see what impact it would have.
Yeah, and I think just as a tool, you know, we're looking to build long-term sustainability, having those options. Obviously, going through some of the recommendations here and some of the folks of, you know, prioritizing those barriers that we've heard multiple times today in each presentation. How do we get those barriers out of the way and really focus on those? And that's not going to just come from the county here, obviously. We're going to need that support of Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, you know, all these other organizations. And just to continue on, I know we may be hearing a little bit or moving this on potentially, but I think the one thing that I just look at our recent history here, we have the tree mortality. We did the proclamation because we want to bring that focus to it. What was disappointing to hear is that we, over the past few years, have put in, and I can't remember how many years, but $10 million worth of grants. And, you know, we weren't successful, whether that's in coordination with tribal nations, other agencies doing the work. I think the proclamation is going to open that up, say, listen, there is an emergency here. I know there's a lot of agencies working on that, but I just want to continue the conversations. I myself was lucky as a young man with my Uncle Ed to go actually to Abemeto, Upper Lake, the old res over there. We used to go every year when I was a young guy and collect the hitch. And it was just as you said, you almost felt like you could walk across the creek because there were so many hitch in there, you know, as you pull them out. So I was lucky enough to experience what was talked about with Ron Montez and, you know, whether or not we get back there, but the existence of the hitch is, as he said, in our blood, in our people. And I think it's something when we talk about putting Lake County on the map, cultural tourism, the long history here in combination with the partnerships that we have with our organizations, I think is extremely important and obviously near and dear to my heart. I don't know how we get it, but I clearly understand the ag community. I just want to say that we went through this a little bit with the cannabis. It's not perfect, but I think we need to look at it from all aspects. And I think if we come together, and I didn't hear anybody from either side saying, don't care about the hitch. This is not something that I heard in this conversation. So from my point of view, I know there's equal ground that we can land on here to support both industries, both from the tribal and our community needs, but also from the ag industry, because that's part of what Lake County is too. So I think we can get there. If we're going to push it off, fine, but eventually action needs to be taken. Thank you for bringing this. I know it's a long day. We'll call you the rookie. Good job, rookie move. But this is important. This is hugely important. So understanding that. That's what I have to say right now with the reports that have come out. Oh, sorry. Let's take it back up.
Okay, who's first?
Does he have his pen up?
Is your pen up? No? Okay, you're first.
I just want to offer that if it does get moved, if that's the approval of the board, I would offer that we do a special meeting because this has already lasted quite a long time. Obviously, a lot of people are in tune and are wanting to hear and participate and care about what the consequences and actions will be. And the 7th, I'm seeing list after list of items that are being moved to the 7th from our agenda today. And so I just want to make sure that we have ample time to listen to everybody, to talk it out, and not feel rushed to get to a point where we're making a decision without finishing our conversation. And I think the public deserves to be able to speak freely and what they want us to hear, and we need to have the time to deliberate and go over everything.
Supervisor Green?
I see Susan looking at the calendar going, how many special meetings are we going to do? I appreciate the comments. My hope was at the end is that the proclamation would be routine, if you would. I think a lot of the comments that are made here tonight have been made. Clearly, we have concerns from multiple stakeholder groups. I am prepared to proceed. I don't think it's that controversial what's in there. I can explain a little bit. So if we're going to present it anyway and open it up for public comment, even for the purpose of continuing it, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could open the item, I can present it, and then we can either decide to proceed to do it, or we'll continue it. But I would like the opportunity to at least present it and open it, if only because we have to accept public comment on any possible continuance. Does that sound right?
Oh, well, I just want to recognize that we're all part of this system, and we've all come here to push this important work forward. And if you want to go ahead and present it, we have to present it anyway. I'm fine with that. We originally had 10 items beyond this tonight, and they are rapidly disappearing. But we still have a significant amount of work to do beyond this item. I do think that we all need a little bit of a break, though. If we can get back here in 10 minutes and stretch our legs and get a snack and come back here, and I'll let you present, and then we'll make a decision beyond that. So if I could get everybody to find their seats again. We're having another staff change. Okay. Okay, so we have Johanna back. Okay, so we are still on item 6.10. We will be moving on to section B, consideration of draft proclamation declaring a Clear Lake Hitch emergency. Supervisor Green, you want to present?
Yeah, I hope everyone has had a chance to review it. In one sense, it's a pretty routine thing when a county does an emergency proclamation. We did one as recently as Friday at our special meeting for some of the flooding we had from the last atmospheric river event. This one's a little more extensive than the average bear because it does have several asks of our various state and federal agencies. And so going through those bullet points, and then I also want respectful for people who are just tuning into this issue. I don't want them to get hung up necessarily on this bullet point or that bullet point. In this draft proclamation, I also agree there may be additional input from our partner agencies and some of our colleagues here tonight as far as they might want to see in it. So I very much appreciate everyone's patience as we got through the first part of this item. The emergency summit was so foundational to this, and this has been our first little approach to emulate that in our own kind of limited government way. So while I do think there's a need for an emergency proclamation, this is one of the slower moving emergencies, and this is going to be an ongoing effort. And I'm encouraged, as much as I'm discouraged by some of the things I've heard in this room tonight. Encouragement is a much greater emotion I'm feeling now. Just as the summit brought people together so they could exchange ideas in a very candid, in-person way, this item tonight has managed to do that. So I hope there are some first introductions that got made here today, and I hope some of those actions can continue. But I think because we do have some other agenda items, and because I don't think this proclamation going up or down tonight is going to be the make or break of this, I'm seeking board consensus to continue this to the February 7th meeting. And And then we would open up for public comment on that proposal, I guess. So I don't really know how that would unfold, but I think just be respectful and just to take another bite at the apple when we're all fresher, I think it may be advantageous to move this to the 7th.
Okay. Other board members, how are you feeling about continuing this to February 7th?
I've already mentioned it, so you know where I stand on that.
You know, my thoughts on if we're going to move to February 7th, that we look at that agenda that gives it the time that it needs. You know, obviously, I think that's very important, so go ahead, Susan.
Yes, we can reserve 1:30 on the 7th, and it's a fairly regular meeting. So we should have sufficient time, and we'll keep that in mind.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, so I mean, even if, you know, I'm prepared to move forward today, but if we were, it doesn't seem, you need 4-1 for this to pass. So I think I'm on board because it'd be awkward to, you know, call for the resolution and we get it 3-2 or something like that, or vice versa. Rather push it forward than to go through that awkward moment, you know, if that makes sense, so.
Okay, so we do have consensus to move it, continue it to February 7th. I will open it up for public input. If you have a comment on this item. What? On the continuance?
So just, if you can't be here on the 7th, this is a time where you can, you know, come up and say something, or if you want to talk about the continuance, I think as well, that's a good opportunity to do so.
Okay.
Good evening. My name's Elliot Hurwitz, and I live in Siegler Springs on Cobb Mountain. I'm the chair of the Cobb Area Council Forest Stewardship Committee and the former chair of the council, which we established after the Valley Fire so that we could come together after a catastrophic disaster. I'm currently on the executive committee of the Sierra Club Lake Group, and for the last year I've been active in the Blue Ribbon Committee, working especially on restoration of some of the principal creeks, Kelsey, Cole, Alder. I'm executive director of the Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association, where we work to build community solidarity and collaboration in the face of challenges, especially those caused by climate disruptions such as intense wildfire, drought, and chaotic ecosystems, and where we published this comprehensive guide to living with wildfire in Lake County. I'm also a grateful alumnus of the Ag Ventures program and a happy member of the California Women for Agriculture, although I'm not speaking in any of those roles this evening, only as a member of the community. Having read through all of the extensive material, sat through the program all afternoon today, I think there's no doubt that the Clear Lake Hitch is teetering on the brink of extinction, and that the principal reason is the reduced water flows in the main creeks during spawning season. It's also clear that this reduced flow has many causes.
I just want to make sure that we are on the topic that has been narrowed down, that it's about the continuance and not about...
I'm speaking to the proclamation, because I thought that was, I'm basically going to ask for your...
Right now, there's a consensus from the board to continue, and that narrows down the item to speaking about the continuance of the item. So whether you agree or not on the continuance, not on the item itself, I believe, is what's...
Unless you're not able to be.
I may not be able to attend on the 7th, which is why I was basically making my comments this evening. I don't know yet.
Please, I apologize for interrupting.
My narrative flow there, thanks. So as I said, having spent the time preparing, as everyone has, going through all the material and sitting through the extensive presentation tonight, it seems clear that there is the hitch is in danger of extinction, and it's clear that whatever the cause, that the issues have to do with the changes that we as human beings have made to this environment over the last 150 years. It's also clear that this small fish holds a unique and precious place in the culture of the Lake County Pomo tribes, and its loss would be yet another catastrophic blow to a culture that is an essential treasure to all of us here who've come to live around the lake, especially as we struggle to build a more respectful and sustainable relationship with the land that sustains us. In all of my work here, I've come to realize that the immense value of the living spirit of connectivity with the land, the air, the waters, the many creatures that our local tribes have kept alive, have kept alive against unimaginable odds. I'm not saying that the tribes are the only ones who love the land. I know that the farmers and many people who've lived here for generations also do. But I suggest that our Pomo brothers and sisters have kept alive for us here a living lineage stretching back thousands of years that embodies a unique and irreplaceable web of connection to this place that's our home. There's no doubt that changing how we manage our relationship with the natural waters.
Elliot, I gave you a little bit extra time because of the interruption, but can you just finish your thought, please?
I had this timed exactly at 3 minutes.
Okay. Proceed. Go ahead, finish.
There's no doubt that changing how we manage our relationship with the natural waters in our local ecosystem will be difficult, and that the burden of change will fall unequally if we're not careful. However, just as we are learning to live with wildfire here in Lake County, I believe that we can learn to live intimately with the waters here, especially as their flows become ever more chaotic. And we need to understand how our respect for fire, the waters, the soils, and all the creatures with whom we share this place are essential parts of this web of life we share. I urge you to pass the resolution and then to work intensively with all of us who use our local waters to drink, to bathe in, to cook with, to grow food in, and spawn in, to make sure that we can survive together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am so sorry.
Anyone else in the chambers wanting to come up?
Hello, Dino Beltran, Vice Chairman for the Koi Nation. I won't be able to be here on the 7th. So at this time, we were spoken earlier by our elder Ron, Native Americans are marginalized for all this time. We're just now starting to get a voice because like Sherry said, we're bringing jobs, we're bringing collaborations, partnerships, all these wonderful things. Now we have this voice. So at this time, because of the sensitivity to it and your openness to it, I would appreciate if you would pass that resolution when it comes up on the 7th. I think it's a good thing. I forgot to mention another thing important. The Koi Nation has purchased some property a year and a half ago, 70 acres. The majority of it are grapes. Now we're in the business selling grapes to wineries, and we have to make a decision right now, and we're looking into changing the water misters into the big giant propeller things. I'm no wine guy yet, but anyway, so that is a decision that we have to do to be our steward of the land and care about the water and the consumption of water. So it's looking highly likely we're going to do that. But just to let you know, that is in the consideration of water where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Rob Morgan. I'm a tribal member and the executive assistant with the Koi Nation. I just wanted to say, I wanted to come up and kind of give my, I don't know, I should be here on the 7th, but this is a little bit that has to do with that and you guys making the decision today. I think that this is a decision that is urgent. This is something that we put on the back burner when it comes to the extinction of these species. This landscape and the species that have lived here is different. So much has changed in the last 150 years compared to the last 10,000 years. We were stewards of this land. We were here even when we were being killed by the grizzly bear, we still lived with them. We didn't try to exterminate them. We lived with them. One of the last traditional ceremonies that were burials that were put on one of the southeastern islands was due to a bear attack, a grizzly attack. And I just recently, I don't know if you guys seen it, but on the clock of doomsday, it's moved forward in the last, I believe, decision was made in the last 24 hours. You know, these are scientists that are talking about this. We are exterminating ourselves. And part of the reason it has to do with is because we're not making decisions right. We can learn from our history. I learned a lot of stuff from the archaeologists from around the lake, and one of the things that they say is the reason why we have the cultural protection that we have now is to learn from our past, to learn from our ancestors, the people that were the original stewards of this land. And I do believe that it's urgent. It's urgent that we do what we can. As a Native American, it's my responsibility to be a steward of this land. So everything that I can do, I do. But that's no longer on us no more as Native people. It's on all of us. Everybody that's here now that lives on this land, you are now the caretakers as well. It's not just us anymore. So I just wanted to, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I just want to make a comment regarding carrying this over to February 7th. I too may not be here to be able to make comments, and I can appreciate both the sponsor's position on wanting to do that if you don't feel you have the votes, which it's becoming apparent that you probably don't. It is disappointing, to say the least, that a proclamation, and thank you again for proposing it, where items 1 through 8, and there are 9, items 1 through 8 call on others to take action, and the county is only taking action on one item, and it's pretty nominal. So to say this should be routine, you're absolutely right, it should be routine because it's not enough. And even Supervisor Sabatier said that it's not enforceable, and in fact, that's very true. It doesn't go far enough. But it is disappointing that if this can't get passed by just calling on other agencies, then I worry about getting any meaningful action on this issue that is, it's dire. So I hope that if it comes up on February 7th, that you all do support it. And we will try to send someone to that meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? What about on Zoom?
Jim Steele.
Okay. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out that the proclamation, of course, obviously needs to be passed, and I agree with Supervisor Green. Thank you for bringing it forward, but you really need to do more than that to show a local record of controls and interest and monitoring. So it should go further than just your proclamation, and I hope that you will continue it so that you can hear more data and perhaps some more recommendations of what could follow the proclamation in the future. You don't have to stop with the proclamation, but you can actually review some actions that you can take that will protect the hitch going forward that you haven't taken in the past. You already have a listing on the table of being threatened, so you can act on that basis right now. So just a thought, there are some things that came up with the threatened listing. You can bring back and re-review to see if you can take something away from that. So thank you for the comment, period.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Haji Wharf.
Haji, go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't need 3 minutes. I just want to say I object to the delay to push it back to February 7th. I don't understand the controversy. I understand you're tired, but I think pushing it back sends the wrong message. I think that shows that you don't have that sense of urgency, and the Hitch don't have the luxury of time, okay? And I don't know what the holdup is. It's pretty benign. If you can't pass this benign a proclamation, then you might as well just write off the Hitch now. Be brave and say, you know what, we care about the wine industry more than we do the Hitch. And just be brave enough to admit it. All right? I'm really upset that you're not going to take this up tonight. They need your help. I don't know why you're sitting up there if you're not going to do what the community needs you to do, which is to protect our endemic species. We will be the county with an extinction event of an endemic species first in 50 years. That's not the legacy I want for Lake County, and you shouldn't either. You should feel a sense of urgency in preventing that. And I'm very disappointed you're going to push this off to February 7th. I don't understand it. That's all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Fred Briones?
Yes, hello, hi. I would like to comment and also say that I'm very disappointed that a vote is not being taken up tonight, especially there's 2 Pomo representatives there on that board there. To protect our Hitch, you know, it should be no question about it, but there is. See, here, we try to play the song of Kumbaya, but in reality, it's not. It's agriculture. Agriculture has always taken away from tribes. Agriculture is so foreign to Lake County, and now it pins our whole community, our water supply for the animals, for the fish, for the Hitch, for everything against the wine industry. This wine never had this much before in the past. I really wish Beckenstoffer was here in this meeting so we could tell him how much death our fish has disappeared because of his vineyard. It was never like that before. So to not take a vote, really, you're just kicking the can further down the road. And, you know, you have to ask, you know, with the history of Lake County and systemic racism, are you a descendant of Kelsey, Stone, Reeves, Lyons, Davis? They've always done this to us, just kicked it down the can. Forget about the Indians, promote agriculture, my cattle, my wine. How shameful now that our lake now is a liquor barrel reserve. That's the fate of it. So shameful that the natural beauty has been sold. But the tribes, no, we will never, ever give in to those types of things. We have always been the stewards to this land. And to not take a vote tonight, it really shows the true leadership there. I'm so sorry to talk to you like that, but you need to be more affirmative and concrete on what you're trying to protect, the natural beauty. Tell those ones who've grown vineyards since only the 70s since they've been here, get the hell out of Lake County. Please, you're killing all the animals. The elders before me used to say all this, that the vineyards would do this to the deer, it would do this to the fish, to kill all the land. They said it, but no, there was so much money involved, gold versus flesh. That's always Lake County's been like that. So please take a vote tonight and show true leadership, strong leadership for the Pomo people who've been here for 10,000 years versus the ones who've only been here since the 70s. Please go get out of Lake County, go to Sonoma, go to Napa. We're here. You're taking all our water to turn it into wine. So shameful. That's my final comment.
Okay, thank you.
Lori Montserrat?
Hi, Lori Montserrat, State of California Environmental Protection Agency. I'm not going to be here on the next date, but I do urge the board to take action on this and to protect the Hitch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's it. No more hands on Zoom.
Okay. So bring it back to the board. We have consensus to continue? You have another comment, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I'll totally take a motion to continue, but I want to be very clear moving forward that respect is a two-way street. I'm indebted to the First Peoples for bringing the attention to this board of the first fish and the efforts we're going to make to try to save it. But I'm going to object to characterization of members of our agricultural community as being anything other than stewards of the land. Is there room for improvement in some of their practices? Does the ongoing drought challenge our current understanding of best available technology? Are we talking about all agriculture or just those along some of our stream corridors that most affect the lake? The most important thing that has happened here tonight is to get these people in the same room, just as it was important at the emergency summit to get the agencies together and start communicating about what they're doing and what they're not doing. And here in this realm, leadership requires, at the end of the day, we have to take some votes here. And an emergency proclamation is an unusual creature. It's not a simple majority. If there is a state of emergency, we need at least 4 supervisors up here to agree to that before we can pass it. Now, I know it's disappointing that we continued this hearing today, 2 weeks from January 10th, because we weren't ready to rock and roll just yet. I can tell you that the draft emergency proclamation was not born out of thin air. Most of the asks in there have been vetted directly with the agencies that they're pointed at. It is also important to know what is not in the emergency proclamation. As you have heard continuously from all the agencies, there's going to be a series of meetings. There's going to be a series of voluntary asks for action. And that the emergency proclamation is not the place to do that. And it is fair to say that it looks outward towards some of these other agencies. And one reason it does that is because they are catching up themselves as far as what their roles and responsibilities are. And because the county is a little bit late in coming to this. But we're here now, and we're committing to taking our own sense of leadership within those things that are in our jurisdiction. And when we do bring this back on the 7th, we can go down those specific bullet points and those agency asks. One of them was to ask the Blue Ribbon Commission to take a look at prioritizing its projects for those that are most hitch beneficial in the short term. And they're meeting tomorrow, so it is unfortunate that we can't give them that direction. But I think most of the agencies you've heard here today already have a pretty good plan of action of what they need to do. What we don't have here locally is consensus and willingness to be open to other views, to be open to other voices, and that's why it's appropriate to continue this emergency proclamation now. This is certainly an urgent matter, but it is unlike a wildfire where it just burns through in a day and we're just left there cleaning it up. This has been years in the making. It will be years in the solutions. And the emergency proclamation will be just one little baby step along the way of that. So I do think it's hugely important, and I do appreciate people for commenting and demanding action tonight. But I think it is more important that we debate the actual impact of this proclamation when we all are fresh, when some of the voices who couldn't be here tonight may be able to join us, and just take a deep breath and decompress all this. The one thing that is not in the emergency proclamation is any order for anyone to open their hearts and minds to listen to what has been said here tonight. But that's really my request before we get out of here. There does seem to be board consensus to continue this to the 7th. I don't know if that requires a motion or what. No motion? Do we need a date and time certain?
I have reserved 1:30 for this item.
1:30? So those are my comments. If anyone else wants to comment on the continuance, but we appear to have consensus to do that. So 1:30 p.m., February 7th.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, so I just, I wasn't going to say anything, but I have to because no matter what, Mr. Briones will be upset with me anyhow. So I just have to say, the gentleman that came up and said, we live with the bears even though they killed us, right? Remember that statement? That is how our ancestors were. They took in people as long as they had the same respect for us that we had. It's unrealistic to think that anybody's going to go away or leave or force anybody away. And so I know that as a Native American, as a Pomo, I don't think that type of behavior and discussion is conducive. This is the reason why we can never sit in the same room. And so I don't align with what was said. And I don't know if my fellow Native people feel the same way, but for me, I think respect goes both ways. And regardless of, profit or whatever happened, things of that nature, if we want to work together and get things done together, we can't speak that way. So I just have to say that I was willing to move forward either way. And so when, it was said that, as a Native American, I'm not willing to, it's just a little disheartening to hear that from people. So I just have to say that. Sorry, but that's how I feel.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, I appreciate all of you coming. This has been a long day, and we've listened, and I think we've learned, and I think that we've done a lot of big work today. We have a lot of big work ahead of us. I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all in a couple of weeks and continuing this. So I'm sure most of you aren't hanging around for the next 8 items that we have. So drive safe on your way home. And I just urge you all to think about what's happened today and what, everything we've talked about and discussed. And we'll see you soon.